had been sponsored by the Health Committee and were passed by the House after the bill was read for the third time. Under the proposals, men wishing to donate their sperms or women seeking to donate their embryos to aid infertile couples cannot do so more than 10 times. ODM has embarked on grassroots mobilization for new members, with the deputy party leader Governor Simba Arati leading the exercise in Nakuru, where he opened a branch for the party before holding a series of public rallies. Speaking in Nakuru City, Arati expressed ODM's stance on the broad-based government, saying the pact will only remain in force if UDM and the Kenya Kwanza administration uphold the 10-point agenda agreed upon during the formation of the broad-based arrangement.
Tuko broad base mpaka 2027. Mambo mengine tutajipanga kutoka hapa. Ile hatutakubali hata kama tuko broad base, ni unyanyasaji wa haki za kibinadamu. Hata tukiwa katika broad base, ila hatutakubali ni wizi wa mali ya umma, hata sisi magavana. Ninyi vijana, ninyi kina mama na wazee, tusimame tulinde nchi yetu. Tafadhali msikubali turudi nyuma. Acha tuilinde nchi yetu. Sisi kabila ni moja.
Junior secondary school teachers in Murang'a County staged a protest in Gatanga constituency demanding permanent employment for 20,000 interns. The interns were registered in November last year on one-year contracts earning 17,000 shillings per month, said the pay is inadequate amid rising living costs. They urged the Teacher Service Commission to end the internship program and offer permanent contracts.
Psychologically, we are not able to deliver in classes because we are not even able to meet our demands even from our homes.
We stand here with a lot of stress. Kwa nini? Maana tumeweka kwa giza. Hatujui kesho yetu itakuwa aje. As intern teachers, we are suffering.
Walimu hapa ni walimu wa kisayansi. Hawana allowances. Mwalimu wa kisayansi kuna risks ambazo anapitia. Na mwalimu huyu hana medical cover yenye ko sustainable.
We can even imagine a 17,000 Kenya shillings in Nairobi. No commuter allowances, no benefits, especially the medical allowances. For example, a female teacher, you are being paid 17,000, and most of the female teachers, some get pregnant during the course. How are you supposed to take care of the babies?
The Institution of Surveyors of Kenya has said that deforestation, unsustainable land use, and poor settlement planning have increased the frequency and severity of landslides in Kenya. According to the institution, the continued deforestation has weakened soil structures, destabilized slopes, and compromised natural drainage systems that prevent such disasters. Its president, Eric Nyadimo, said Kenya has recorded over 120 landslide events in the past decade, with Elgeyo Marakwet being among the top 5 high-risk counties. Over 26 people died after mudslides struck several villages in Marakwet East last week. Nancy Pelosi is to retire from Congress after a decades-long career that saw the California Democrat become one of the most powerful figures in U.S. politics. Pelosi, aged 85, became the first woman to serve as Speaker of the House and led her party in the lower chamber of Congress from 2003 until 2023. In a video message on Thursday, she said she will not be seeking re-election to Congress at the end of her term in January 2027.
I have truly loved serving as your voice in Congress, and I've always honored the song of St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace, the anthem of our city. That is why I want you, my fellow San Franciscans, to be the first to know I will not be seeking re-election to Congress. With a grateful heart, I look forward to my final year of service as your proud representative. As we go forward, my message to the city I love is this: San Francisco, know your power.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. there is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity.
You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said the government, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. My name is Dennis Aseto. This morning I am here together with Josphat. Kamanya Ndu Oko is away on leave. She will be back on Tuesday as she goes to rejuvenate herself and just rest. This body always needs that time to just rest and just fix itself, But we are here to ensure that the Situation Room continues. We shall be having these from 6 a.m. all the way to 10 a.m. and some of the conversations that you shall be having this morning. At 7 a.m., we will be talking about the youth perspective, Gen Z and the ballot. Remember, the voter registration is out there. IEBC is looking for to register around 6.3 million new voters. But even while at it, the turnout has been low. The question is why? Today, we shall be having that conversation with Anthony Murithi Mugo, who is a political strategist and policy thinker, as well as Sophie Mugure Njeri, who is the Secretary General of the Revolutionary Gen Z Movement, seeking to respond to questions as to why the Gen Zs, the young people, are not turning out to register as voters. As well, at 8 a.m., we will be having a week in review. It is all about what has been happening the entire week in the political circle. We shall be having that conversation with Irungu Nyakera, who is a former PS planning and Nairobi DCP patron. Also says he wants to run for Nairobi gubernatorial seat come 2027. Just how has the week been on that seat as well? We'll be having Kevin Aseto, who is the Executive Director, County Governance Watch. A lot has been happening. You look at decisions and the ongoings in the National Assembly, and one begs the question, just what exactly is happening in the country, especially in the political class? Be sure to join us then at 8 a.m. and later at 9 a.m. we will be having a conversation beyond the letters, the untold story of dyslexia.
And what exactly is dyslexia? Esther Muthoni Wamai, who is a dyslexia specialist and assessor and a literacy advocate, will be joined by George Njenga, parent to a teenager with dyslexia. Those are the conversations that we will be having on Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room this morning. Dennis Aseto, Josphat Kamanya in the house to ensure that this conversation tend to flow easily and smoothly. Kamanya, good morning. What happened? I like your jacket.
Thank you.
Umeamua leo wewe ni combat.
Lazima to combat poverty. Na leo ni Freedom Friday.
Freedom Friday, eh?
We have to free and liberate ourselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we've just gone through some of the conversations that we'll be having today here.
Right.
A lot that has been happening in the country, man. You know, you look at the news yesterday and the story of that mother killing the children, and it just saddens and hurts on a different level.
Yeah, that one strikes differently, you know, as we say, because you wonder what kind of mental anguish was even the person going through. You know, it's one thing for one to take their own life, but it's another thing for another person to take off their offsprings.
Yeah.
You know, I think we have a lot of mental disturbance in the society.
And you know, when you talk about mental problems, mental illness in the country, it was actually regarded as an emergency, as a national emergency. One would just ask the next question after declaring it as a national emergency, then what?
Yeah, because we don't have a lot of what you'd call like psychological interventions, because mental illness basically needs a lot of psychological and social support for one to come out. But you see, if you look at the history of mankind, whenever there has been an economic depression, it weighs down on the people, because mostly it narrows down to the basic provision of our own basic needs. So if you lack emotional support, you know, if you're not adequately able to meet the needs, it makes it difficult for us for one to survive and combat
I see what you did there.
Combat the issue that they are contending with. So I don't know how well we need to organize our society so that people are able to come out and seek help, because people suffer in silence a lot with mental illness.
True.
And others are misunderstood. You know, it might be seen as a sign of weakness. Is it a personality, just your character, you're a weakling? But we need to allow people to be able to seek help and come out.
Yeah.
Long are the days when people would go to pastors and churches for free.
Okay.
But we'll see.
We'll see how that goes, But let me just tell you about the proverb today. We're still in Mauritania, and we are in a country whose capital is a difficult word. It's Nouakchott.
Nouakchott.
That's how it's written,
Right.
And it is as an Islamic republic, so you expect a lot of Muslim population there. And the area is 1,030,000 square miles, and the population is 4.9 million. One would say population in Nairobi is more than that. But the proverb that we get today from this country is all about patience is key to relief.
Wow.
Patience is key to relief. How would you interpret that?
Like time heals. You know, haste is waste. The more you're able to sometimes allow processes to happen, to go through, and allow ourselves to go through the motions of whatever process. It could be life, it could be a situation. There is the healing or relief that comes from that, you know. It begets understanding, it begets acceptance, it begets one's ability to cope. So I think it's just allowing time, allowing us as humans to go through the motions. As I say, patience is a virtue. Patience, helps you to get to relief. If we allow ourselves to go through the motions of what is happening, albeit difficult, one may get to experience some relief.
How I would look at it is that patience, so you look at endurance and the hope that tomorrow will be a better day, seeks to peace, it seeks to success. Like you've said, we have to go through the motions. You can't avoid going through at the difficult part for it to open up, because there are lessons in there as well that perhaps if we just allow ourselves to go through them, then the future looks to be bright. We shall be seeing how our guest today will be interpreting that. But before we continue, I want us to say good morning to our listeners from across the world who are listening in. And Don Sabwa, we had 17 candidates running for the Tanzania presidency. Okari is not here, so I will ask Kamanya. Kamanya, any other, can you name just one of them, of the 17?
Yeah, I saw they were listed. I think there was Mama, there was Samia, there was Suluhu, then
the rest.
Those are three, then the rest.
Those are three, and then
or
the rest.
are they different people?
Yeah, so that's the question. Yeah. So that is Don Sabo. Don Sabo, there goes your response. And good morning from Mombasa. If you have the chance to make someone happy, just do it. Sometimes people are struggling silently. Maybe your act of kindness can make their day. Yes, indeed. At times you just need to smile at someone. Just tell them good morning and hug them. You never know what that would do to a person. And we have, that is Peter Kiaria. Kisa Daniel, good morning. Spice tuned in from Atiaki, Uganda. Robert Mbogo, good morning, Spice family. Omi Photographics, good morning. Who is the guest today? The guest today, we shall be having them. It will be put up there by Evelyn, who is on the other side. And we have Kins and Graphics. Good morning, Spice Farm. Happy Friday. Let's end the week with hope and unity. A strong nation starts with positive minds and hardworking hearts. Agreed, Kabisa. Remember, a great nation is built by dreamers who don't give up, even on tough days. So let's finish strong and step into the weekend with good vibes and big energy. On that, tunasema piga mstari chini yake. We agree. Michael Olande, bonjour too. Yes, good morning to you too. Mashari and Njeri, good morning, Spice team. Watching from Portland, Oregon. Are you still load shedding? So we were told that the country is actually consuming more power than we're generating. So load shedding and is a reality that would be coming. Let's see how that will settle down with Kenyans.
And that's interesting because just a few weeks ago, we were told our consumption is about 2,700 megawatts, but we produce over 3,000 megawatts. So I don't know where the rest is going for us to claim a deficit.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, but let's see how this will play in the coming days, because then we have the engineers in this space who will tell us exactly where we are. And Esli Nzomo, good morning, people. We are listening to you, educators. Is the seat of the president so sweet that all of them refuse to leave it? I thought being a leader is to sacrifice.
Good one.
Good question, eh? Good question. And Sarah Kilonzo, good morning from Nairobi West, the place of wine and spirits. Sarah Kilonzo, good morning to you. Nairobi West as well has coffee and chai. Karibu sana. My prince, good morning. ODM say abductions has stopped. They do not see the disappearance of Bob Njagi and Oyo as one. This is sad, very sad indeed. And yes, we agree. The story of Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo is something that we can't allow to just stop being a conversation in this country, because it started in the country, it is happening in Uganda. We can't allow that to continue. And as a country, we must demand that the government does right by its people.
And this is why I say that the government is involved in abduction of Bob Njagi and Oyo, either directly or indirectly.
Or indirectly.
Yes.
Yeah, because silence is communication.
It's communication.
Yeah.
Well, those are our Kenyan citizens. The government should go to any length that they should and must to make sure we know the status of where they are and what is happening, because we are having interventions on guys who are held in Russia and Ukraine fighting for the other countries. But just right here in our next door, we have two known Kenyan citizens who are even seen last on the soil of Uganda, but no one is making an attempt to at least follow up on the story.
You bring about an interesting view to it. So it is just, we're talking about Kenyans who rightfully so have to come back from Russia.
Yes.
But equally, we have to talk about Kenyans who by bus, if we decide to go by bus, we are there by end of day. And we need to equally make sure that those who are next door or those who are far and away, equally, get the right treatment. Interesting way to look at it. Now, Mama J, good morning. Very good conversation yesterday. Nuanced, calm, insightful. Keep it up. Asante sana, Mama J, and Karibu. The Kikombe. Fact, spend 300k monthly on rent in Kitsuru, and $1 billion takes you 277 years. So, if you have $1 billion today and you spend 300k on month, it will take you 277 years for $1 billion, Bob Kuisha.
That's an interesting way of looking on the
what $1 billion can do.
Pilferage of our taxes.
Yeah, when the pot leaks at the bottom, even the river's generosity will not feel it. Donge, I agree with you, the Kikombe. Simon Kibiru, good morning, my good people. A news flash, our airports, runways are canvas. We need a new airport. If you have been at JKIA, you really, really realize that we need a new airport because AC, none. You know, when it rains, it pours. You go to the runway, ikoshida. And I think it's about looking at JKIA and its economic value. What are we doing? How should we go about it to ensure that it serves us and it meets the levels of other airports? Because even as we speak right now, Tanzania has Mwalimu Nyerere's airport is proper. It's proper. We can't afford to lag behind.
I think we basically have just mismanaged that institution.
Yeah.
If we have the proper management, we can do it. So we don't need to use these challenges you are facing to bring back Adani or the likes of Adani. We just need proper management and proper government approach. And I think we can have ourselves a good facility.
Agreed. Eric O'War, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. David Mangenda, good morning. Spice FM Farm, good morning to you. Tibbs Muge, good morning. Spice FM, good morning to you. Bange Juma, good morning. Spice FM family. How are you all this blessed Friday? How are you, Kamanya?
I'm great.
Yuko salama.
Yes.
Did you know the famous say of TZ Police Naomba Nikushike ended on the 29th of October 2025? Did you know? Because now the police in Tanzania is being seen as being a ruthless police force that does not care about its citizens. So Naomba Nikushike stopped. Nitakushika. Yeah, is now the conversation.
That has changed quick.
Real quick. Yeah, and Blissful Motive. Good morning, Kenya. Good morning to you, Joseph Muiruri. Good morning, good people. Remain the best to you to have a beautiful day today. Wafula Alphonse. Good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you, Joshua Mulog. Tuned in. Good morning, fam. Good morning. Noxy Wabs. Good morning, people. We are in this together. Kabisa. And Stephen Bada. Good morning. Good Friday. Stephen Bada, Majengo Kanamai. Karibu Sana. And Jojo Koth. Good morning, good people. Princess Ndu. Dennis. And Evie E. We also have Kamanya. Good morning to you, Jojo Koth. What's going on at Opota Farm? So much mixed signals for 2-term and 1-term. Watching from Miami, Florida. Opota Farm, one would say, has become a place where everybody who wants to launch their political career has to go.
Yeah, and I think we some distasteful comments are not sitting right with the populace.
Yeah.
I know Senior Counsel Steve Kalonzo was there yesterday. Yes. And I've had mixed signals, mixed reactions to the speech he made, that it was very impersonal. It was very political. It was very unnecessary. He would have spoken about his friendship, perhaps, and relationship with Baba over the years. But he didn't have to bring the political rhetorics. So I just hope he can let Baba rest in peace. He's done his part. He served the country the way he has. Whoever loved him did. Whoever didn't. We let the man rest in peace.
Yeah.
The country is ours now to build and rebuild and liberate.
And I think important as well is the lessons we get from the man Raila Odinga and perhaps how we go about that. So we have Paul Ndete, good morning, Spice from Maima here. Sheila Masasabi, good morning, Spice FM family. And Josh Willie, good morning. Tuko pamoja watu wa nguvu. Wewe pia ni mtu wa nguvu. And everybody who is here tunasema asante sana and karibu as we continue with the conversation today. Now, let's go to the papers. We go to Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. And it's all about cells of death. Killed in cold blood. At least 17 Kenyans have died in police custody in less than 2 years, exposing the grim reality of torture, cover-ups and systematic neglect inside the country's police cells. Now, the Independent Medical Legal Unit paints a chilling picture of suspects who enter police custody alive and never make it out. Across the country, the pattern is disturbingly similar: unexplained deaths, hastily written police reports, and families left searching for truth that never comes. There are pictures of the IG, Douglas Kanja, and the Deputy IG there. And 17 is the number of Kenyans who have died in police custody, leaving families searching for answers from likely perpetrators. And one image that stands there is that of Ojwang, who was killed in a police cell in Nairobi. And we know the aftermath of that and how what that did to the country. Sad thing is, even after that case, we've continued to report numerous cases of individuals who've died in police cells. And one asks the question, when will it end?
Yeah, when will it end? So DIG Langat is still in office.
Still in office, yeah.
You know, this is very sad because our police service are meant to be a place of refuge. They're meant to be a haven of safety. But now, they've turned out to be the opposite. People are scared when they hear you've been arrested. You know, people don't come out of the cells. And 17 is if you look at one life is too many, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And no one needs to be tortured or otherwise mishandled by the police service. I don't know what we need to do, because we keep talking about police reforms. We do have IPOA, but nothing seems to change.
Tell you what, it's not that we don't know what we need to do. We know exactly what we need to do, because the Constitution is so clear on the police. IPOA is there to check at the excesses of the police. We have the judiciary to ensure that, so we have all these offices that are there to ensure that our police works. If we just decide as a people, as a government, as a leadership, as the police service itself to follow the law, then the police service will be fixed. But the moment we decide to operate outside that law and allow ourselves to walk around with civilian clothing, not identify yourself, thinking that because I have a gun, I am all powerful, I get orders from above and do not respect what the Constitution says, therein lies the problem.
And they get away with it.
And they get away with it. That's a sad thing,
So, is it lack of goodwill from the top leadership?
I would not actually just blame the top leadership, though the buck stops with them. This squarely lies in the office of the IG, the National Police Service Commission, because these are the individuals who look at the day-to-day running of the police. So question is, at what point then do these officers allow, say, the top leadership or the political class to control them? Because remember, the Police Service Commission is an independent institution.
On paper. Because the appointing authority is the executive.
That's why I'm saying, if we allow ourselves to follow the law, then we fix the problems that we have.
I've seen a very good proposal from Jimmy Wanjigi.
Yes.
He says through the will of the collective will of Kenyans, when he comes into office in 2027 as our president, the OCS will be a sheriff.
A sheriff elected by the people,
elected by the people.
Yeah.
So that takes away the influence from the appointing authority. And I think that would change the operations of our police service, because then the person who is elected by the people will be responsible to the people, because they know the people can fire them anytime, any day. And this person will not have to be a police force, a police officer. It can be a civilian, because it's purely a managerial
position, yes.
And I think those are some of the changes that I'm looking forward to, because we must do something.
We must do something about it. I agree. So let's talk about page 2. Audit. 6,000 schools have fewer than 100 students. 10 have none. So what do we call that? A school that has less than 100 students and 10 have none. Anyway, the enrollment in these schools is so low that they are considered non-viable. Education Ministry says it is considering merging the institutions now. Some 6,000 schools across the country have a population of less than 100 students. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has revealed in a stunning disclosure. Dr. Ogamba told MPs that even as the audit is still underway, some 10 secondary schools were found with no learners at all, despite having teachers. This means that billions of shillings might have been lost in ghost learners spread across 2,145 under enrolled primary schools. The CS said these schools had less than 45 learners. You know, by mere fact that the CS goes to the National Assembly and says that we have schools, registered schools with teachers, but no students, and that there is a possibility that these students that do not exist received capitation.
Yes,
there is a problem with the ministry and the CS, in my own opinion. Right, as Aseto, does not deserve to be on that seat. Should not be on that seat.
I agree with you.
Should not be on that seat.
If you want to study incompetence, anybody out there in Kenya or abroad, you know how you go for benchmarking. If you want to come for benchmarking on incompetence, how not to run a ministry, how not to run a government, come and study our education ministry. Because, shamelessly, the CS comes out and pronounces himself on these matters, but he's been in office for a while. I wonder, these 10 that have none, are they under a district education officer?
Thank you.
You get these teachers, because we keep saying we have shortage of teachers. So what have these teachers been doing there in schools where there are no students? But something that they never report. You know, we have about 11 million people in primary school, but only about 5 million go to secondary
school.
6 million do not. Then of the about 5 million that go to secondary school, it's only 500,000 that go to tertiary education, that go to university. So the 6 million that get lost here, they do not transition. You see, they are not catered for. And the person in charge of those 6 million the ones who do not go to secondary school, is this one CS of education. Nothing can be sadder than that.
And you see, even when you talk about what is happening here, so we have students who, so one would assume that these pupils went through primary school, then transitioned to high school. So you have their data all the way from primary school. So all you do is just follow the traces. You know, you can just trace them to where it is they went to. That you can come to a National Assembly and admit that the same students who are in primary school are not the same students that transitioned to high school. Yet you have their details, because in primary they had the index number. And that index number is a code. It's like a barcode that tells you this is Dennis Aseto index number ABCD from primary school. ABCD went to this high school. Because remember, it is still the same ministry that gives these students the calling letter, and places them in all these schools. How is it today that the cabinet secretary can come and tell us that these students that they gave calling letters do not exist in these universities, in these high schools?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, incompetence. Because that's what it is, even beyond corruption. This is wanton incompetence, wanton corruption. And I think the CS education need to be gagged and stopped from talking about money. Because he even comes out like a finance officer. You know, like the chief finance officer of the education ministry. He'll come out and talk about, we need these billions, we need allocation, we have capitation. He does not talk about numbers. He does not talk about the systemic problems we are having in the education, the way we are talking about transition, promotion of teachers or otherwise. So there has to be a time that we stand firm and say, no, we must demand more. Because come January, he came out and pronounced himself on payment of school uniforms, the over 53,000. That's not what we need to hear now. We need to hear that the transition from primary school to high school is going to be escalated. Why are we shutting down 10 secondary schools where perhaps they might, and you see, some of them are not even too far. They are within Nyandarua, Migori, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Kakamega, Baringo, Murang'a, Narok, and West Pokot. Perhaps you could argue in West Pokot the population might be low. But in Kiambu and Nyandarua, how do you have a school that does not have students?
But even then, if it's West Pokot, my issue is where these schools are domiciled. The government has its presence. And you talk about the government, you talk about the county government is there, right? The county government itself has a Department of Education because it's handling ECDE. And both the national and county governments work together. We also have extension officers from the ministry itself who go to ensure that schools do work, right? So question is, how then do we have a school that does not have students? If we have the government on the ground, we have the police in all these institutions. I come from Migori County. That there is a school in Migori County with no teachers baffles me.
Incompetence.
Pana, iko shida.
We must demand more.
We must demand more. And the government moves to restore learning in public universities. Now, the government has unveiled a raft of interventions aimed at restoring learning in public universities after 49 days of industrial action that disrupted academic calendars across the country. One would say, if the CBA 2017-2021 had just been implemented, perhaps we would not be talking about restoring learning public institutions, because remember, a CBA that has been deposited in a court of law and registered, one would say is law.
It's law. It is.
You know, is law. So fact that the government decided to disrespect an agreement, a law, speaks a lot about where we are as a country.
Yeah.
And a woman has been charged with trafficking 11 men to Russia. This as the calls to have the men in fighting for Russia in the front lines. It's is rife to have them come back home. Now, storm over plan to toll Rironi Mau Summit Highway. That is in page 3 of the Standard, as well as why you need to be very worried when put in a cell. You know, it has stopped being that if you go to a police cell, that your family can come visit you, your lawyer can come visit you, you'll be taken to court to have your day in court, and depending on whether you win the case or not, you walk out. If you go to a cell, your people start getting worried because there's a high possibility you might not come out alive.
You know, like the case of Albert Ojwang, and may he continue resting in power. And that's why you saw the uproar across the country, because that is pure police brutality. It has to stop being that way.
Yeah.
It just has to stop being that way. And I think we need provisions whereby, do we have whistleblowers within the police service? Are there policemen who, if they find the misconduct of their colleagues, can honestly and safely come out and report
and say no,
you know, because the cases of like Albert Ojwang, you could tell there were different stories from the officers that were in that station that day, but I think because of the repercussions and fear of, they could not have come out.
You know, to be honest, we have brilliant police officers out here who are diligent on their work.
Yes.
And if you look at it all, it is all about if we stop politicizing the police service. If even when it comes to appointment, we stop making it political, but allow people to be hired based off merit. You know, maybe, just maybe, we'll fix the problems that are within the service. But the moment the service is seen to be political and that orders come from above, even the good officers who want to whistleblow and raise these issues do not know where to go. You do not know where to go, because they say order imetoka kwa ofisi yenye siingiangi.
So it becomes a bit difficult then. And then the few rogue officers, they're the ones who now ruin the reputation of the entire service. And remember, you know, one lady, I think she was from Nakuru, no, Laikipia County, Julia Wangoi. She was a daughter of a local chief. So you'd expect that she knows how the law operates, so she knows being arrested is okay, right? Because that's why people for a long time, people have not been resisting arrest, because they knew I'll either be subjected a few days, a few hours, I'm taken to court, I could get bail, fine, or if I'm guilty, otherwise. But her knowing that her father is within the service, because the chief is still within the administration, she still didn't come out.
Says a lot, eh?
Yeah.
Says a lot. So there's this story in Tanzania. Tanzania has a vote marred by fraud, intimidation, and media bias. That's according to the African Union. And the African Union has released a stinging indictment of the just concluded Tanzanian elections. In its preliminary report, AU has exposed major flaws, including glaring inconsistencies, ballot stuffing, locking up of opposition candidates, and the internet shutdown, which it says compromise the integrity of the exercise. Now, the 55-member Continental Organization also declares that the disputed polls did not comply with AU principles, normative frameworks, and other international obligations and standards for democratic elections. And I quote, the mission observed peaceful closing procedures at several polling stations. In some of these stations, observers noted some compliance with procedures such as reconciliation and tallying. However, at other stations, observers noted the ballot counts did not tally. The mission also observed some ballot stuffing at several polling stations where voters were issued multiple ballots to vote, compromising election integrity, says the report. Yet, the chairperson of the African Union Commission was the first to congratulate President Samia Suluhu Hassan.
Has he pulled down that tweet?
Nope. How? Even if he pulls it down,
yes.
It's been overtaken by events.
At least it will be an effort to retract that statement. But so long as that remains there, he cannot denounce. Right? That is one. And two, this is progress because we were calling on them, remember, that this election does not satisfy the checklist, the criteria that is set by the Charter of the African Union on elections. So this is progress. But the question is, now that they do know and acknowledge she was not duly elected, will she attend any AU sitting?
Yeah, because remember, we have the AU among the charter. For you to be a member, you must be democratically elected into office by the people.
Correct.
Now, with this statement and them casting doubt on the democracy that took place, right? How then do they admit her allow her to even attend African Union meetings if their report itself cast doubt on how she was put into office?
Yep.
Question is, does the African Union then have the teeth to bite?
Well, we will see. If they allow her to have a sitting, then they're just a toothless dog, as you say. And then this statement just becomes hot air. We must see a follow-up, an actionable follow-up on this statement. If somebody is not duly and democratically elected, then they should not be there. She should not attend.
You have no business being in office.
The same applies to the East African community, because she's illegitimate. Even if you do a poll today, and no people argue that they're online, some of them don't live in Tanzania, no. But even if you do a poll in Tanzania, a lot of people will say they are not acknowledging her as their representative, as their president. That's why they're saying she's illegitimate. She has lost legitimacy. Like the case happened with us in 2024 when the Gen Z revolution started. So the government stands illegitimate to the people. That's why even when President Ruto made the congratulatory message to Mama Samia, Kenyans said, no, this is on your behalf.
Yeah.
But ironically, I don't know whether it was on purpose, Deputy Kindiki said he was there representing Ruto. Not Kenyans.
Not Kenyans.
So that was okay.
He was there to present the president.
That's fine. He was just representing them, not us. But I agree with you. We need to see how far and firm the African Union stands.
Yeah, because if we do not get it right, in my opinion, as a continent, then we have no business talking about democracy, because the highest organ in the continent that looks on the affairs of the continent and the countries that do exist and the people of the continent does not have the powers or the authority to say the elections were not free and fair. We therefore will not admit you in the African Union until you have a credible election that reflects the will of the people. Then I don't see the need of having an African Union that does not have that much power to talk to the leaders in the continent. And Kenyans are forced to flee Tanzania to evade arrest. Now, many Kenyans, mostly teachers in private schools, are reportedly fleeing Tanzania after the government warned employers to stop engaging services of people without work permits. Now, majority voluntarily left after police vowed tough actions against employers and landlords hosting foreigners without proper documentation in Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Mbeya, Mwanza, and Sangwe. The majority are English teachers employed in the so-called international schools. They teach English from early primary, unlike in public schools here, where most learning is conducted in Kiswahili, said a journalist. Now, police have asked Tanzanians to report any foreigners who may be working in the country illegally or whose work permits have expired. Once arrested in Tanzania, such foreigners are normally detained for 3 months in police custody and thereafter deported. Although public transport between Dar es Salaam and Nairobi is slowly returning to normal, the high number of police checks at roadblocks mounted along Arusha Highway are causing long delays to passengers traveling back to Kenya. So the crackdown has started. And Kenyans are saying, before you arrest me and take me to jail for 3 months, I might as well just go back home.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that we are being profiled as the enemy. And Tanzanians need to know, we, the Kenyans, are not your enemy. It is your own democratic space that has shrunk. You know, it is them they need to look autonomously, because only them can do that on how they want their constitution to look out and to be. So, well, for all Kenyans, be safe. If it's too hot, come back home. We need everybody safe and alive, but I hope that the anaitwa Mama Amri Jeshi Amri Jeshi mkuu aangalie asije akapotosha sisi wawekezaji kutoka Kenya na maeneo mengine, kwa sababu alivyosema uchaguzi ni wa siku moja, maisha lazima iendelee. So I hope we don't disrupt the economic fiber of Tanzanians in the name of just wanting to chest thump.
Which is a critical point to have a discussion on, because you know, when you look at the EAC, the Njamweya, and its aspirations, speaks of a borderless region. You know, where if you're from Kenya going to Uganda, you can use your ID, same as Rwanda. Tanzania, you still need a passport because of their ID security. That's based off what Sankoko was telling us. But even while at that, then with what is happening right now, and there is a clear indication that there's profiling of foreigners in the country, what does that do to the Njamweya? What message does that send to investors who want to go to Tanzania and do business there? You know, Kenyans who want to go work there, Ugandans, Rwandans who want to go work there. What message are we sending that you are not welcome here? We might argue that those who do not have papers in the country, which is rightfully so, the government has to deal with such, but the timing is where the problem is at. You know, and one would hope that the region, the East Africa community, would sit down with their own, and the leadership especially, and look at how to heal the wounds that do exist, the fear that exists among the citizens of the region. Because, you see, like I keep saying, Kenya is Kenya because of its citizens. Tanzania is Tanzania because of its citizens. The East Africa community does exist because of the millions of people who form that block. And the reasoning behind forming all this block most of the time is based of economic integration and how we get to win together. So if that is the case then, and you look at now the profiling that is happening, what message are you sending to the citizens who make up the East Africa community? I think it is not thinking right. It is making decisions based off politics. But if someone would just pause, rewind, chill, and start approaching things slowly, we will find solutions.
Yes, if there is a sober approach to the situation and respecting the various dynamics where each nation stands, because you see, us, we are very advanced when it comes to our democratic space and our constitution. Economically also, Kenya is fairly stable than most or all of our neighbors. But we must be careful so that we don't end up with, I don't know how we would call it, but our version of Brexit. Because the reason you saw the UK pull out is because some of the EU members were beginning to have what you'd call alternative approaches on how they were managing like their spaces. Some European countries were letting in refugees whom were not, who eventually would infiltrate into the UK. And among other reasons, the Brexit, the UK found itself exiting the UK. We don't want to go the same way where we say now Kenya, because of various reasons, we're being profiled this way. We are going to pull out of the East African community, or other countries may argue they are going to pull out of the East African community because of how Kenya is handling itself. Remember, we've had an instance of us having an infiltration of people from Somalia who sneak in, get IDs, get Kenyan IDs, get Kenyan passport, and then that's even what led. I don't know if you're aware, but in the 90s, I think before 1990, the date may not be correct, Kenyans did not need a visa to go to the UK because we were a British colony.
British colony, yeah.
But it so happened there was a huge influx or inflow of people from Somalis to Kenya. And they came, they got Kenyan passports, and then they started flying out to the UK. So the UK administration realized, they do profiling. That is a known fact. These people are not Kenyans, but they have Kenyan passports. And that's how we ended up now being screened to having to go through the whole visa processing process. So we have to safeguard our boundaries. Every country is responsible for safeguarding and protecting their republic. That I agree. Even Tanzania must do the same. If there are no illegal immigrants from Kenya or otherwise, they can handle that business. But let's not politicize that process, because even as Kenya, we are saying we want the same. We don't want issuance of IDs to foreigners. We don't want refugees to be assimilated unconstitutionally.
Because there is a constitutional process to that factor as well. And I think the bigger conversation now is what happens in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, or just the African countries, especially when it comes to the shrinking democratic space. The solution then would be, as a continent and as a people, how do we get it right? Because so far it seems like we're not getting it right, whichever way you want to look at it. So the solution, in my opinion, is let us sit down and find a solution to the problems that continue to bedevil us as Africans in the continent, fix those problems, do business among ourselves, break these unnecessary boundaries that we've put on ourselves. Let's do business together, let's grow together, and let us win, because everybody wants to win.
And hopefully have one currency.
Yes, have one currency. That is what Muammar Gaddafi was pushing for, to have an African currency that would, first of all, strengthen that currency and us to be able to do business with the rest of the world. If only the leaders in the continent would think that way and move towards that direction, Africa would be at a better place than it is today, because we have imaginary boundaries. We are the same people. How about we start acting as one? But if we continue seeing profiling of individuals in your country because your election that you participated in did not reflect democracy, and the people who are supposed to vote for you are your people, the people who got out to say no to that sham election are your own people, then you turn around and focus and target foreigners? Apana.
Are you saying, Dennis, that our zebras and giraffes are well behaved than us as Africans?
Let me tell you. If have you ever attended the migration? One thing you see is even when the zebras are coming, the zebras come as zebras, right?
Yes.
If you look at the wild beast, they come as wild beasts. If you go to the river itself, the hippos, the crocodiles, they come as packs, right? And they all come with one thing. We have a unity of purpose to cross this river to go graze on the other side. They are well coordinated, they know their goal, and they go towards it. The challenges that do exist fine, but they know where they're going. Now, if us as a continent would think like the zebras, the wild beasts, the crocodiles, the hippos, and be organized and go for that ultimate goal, we would be a better people in this continent. That's actually a good ideology, you know? Well, we have all the examples that we need.
Maybe we should let them lead us, do I say? But I agree with you. That's the approach we need to have, that we are one people, we have same challenges, we are a continent, We have a lot of mutual interest. We have a lot of shared ideologies. Our ambition is the same, to economically liberate ourselves in our lifetime. Then we just need to craft a way of crossing the Mara, because the crocodiles are there, the hippos are there, but the zebras must get across, and the hippos and the crocodiles must feast
and must feed.
So we need to revise our African ecosystem and see how do we as humans of Africa, because you remember we are over 1 billion people, over 1 billion people. We and India and China make up almost 40% of the population of the world. So Africa needs to think.
Needs to think.
Yes.
It is 7 a.m. Good morning.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The High Court has barred the government from suspending or closing social media platforms or deleting user accounts until cases challenging the Cybercrime Act are decided. Justice Lawrence Mugambi also temporarily suspended Section 27 of the Act, which sets penalties for certain online offences. The rulings follow 6 court cases arguing that parts of the law violates citizens' rights to freedom of expression and access to information. The Ministry of Education has dismissed as fake claims that boarding fees for public senior secondary schools have been increased. Education CS Julius Ogamba clarified that parents should not pay any extra charges, saying the annual boarding fee remains at 22,244 shillings per student. He added that the government will continue to cover any additional costs through capitation funding. It comes after reports suggested fees would rise to over 53,000 shillings from January 2026 and that some schools had already implemented the charges. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has urged ODM leaders and supporters to protect the party from outside interference. Speaking in Siaya County while consoling the family of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, Kalonzo accused President William Ruto of attempting to destabilize the party.
Ile heshima kubwa tunaweza kumpatia Raila Amolo Odinga nyinyi kama wana ODM ni kuhakikisha hakuna mtu atadhubutu kusema he will look after ODM. Nilisikia hiyo nikashangaa kabisa. ODM is a grassroots mass party and so is Wiper Patriotic Front. Na Raila hakuvunja azimio. Kama kuna mtu mwenye haki ya kumuenzi na kujaribu jinsi tuwezavyo to make sure the name Raila Odinga lives on, it is one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
At the same time, Raila's widow, Ida Odinga, urged political leaders to uphold Raila's vision of unity.
In politics, there are no enemies. Don't think that so and so because he's in a different party, he's my enemy. He's not your enemy. And don't go fighting people on behalf. Don't make, particularly young people, don't make yourself tools to fight people who you perceive to be in the wrong party. You'll be wasting your time, you'll be killing each other for nothing. Because today, they're in different party. Tomorrow, they're in the same party. So, most important thing is that we fight for democracy in our country.
She went on to appeal for forgiveness from anyone the late ODM leader may have wronged.
Now I'm asking on behalf of my husband, to all those people who call him names and who thinks he was wrong, if he annoyed you or he did something that you did not like, I beg you to forgive him because he's gone. But I can do that on his behalf. Forgive him because he was forgiving people easily. He said forgive and let's move on. So you also, wherever you are, don't hold grudges with him. He's already gone. He's with his maker.
Police in Molo, Nakuru County are pursuing 2 suspects linked to a fraud syndicate after raid uncovered over 2,400 ID cards and over 3,000 SIM cards used in mobile money scams. 8 people have been arrested as investigations continue to track the other members of the network. Molo Deputy County Commissioner Josphat urged residents to safeguard personal information, warning that sharing IDs or other details with strangers can lead to financial loss.
Vitambulisho hizi zinaonyesha ya kwamba zinatoka katika sehemu mbalimbali ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mara mingi wajanja kama hawa ambayo wamepatikana leo huwa wanapiga simu kupigia wananchi ambayo hawana habari na kuitisha hawa ujumbe mingi kuhusu simu yao, PIN numbers yao na ujumbe mingi ambayo inahusu mambo ya M-Pesa. Wananchi wawe waangalifu sana, wajihadhari na waweze ripoti matukio kama hizo.
The UN Security Council has voted in favor of a U.S. resolution to lift sanctions on Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa ahead of his White House visit next week. Sharaa was named transitional president after leading a rebel offensive that ousted Bashir al-Assad in December 2024, ending 13 years of civil war. Washington's ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, said the UN had sent a strong political signal that recognized Syria was in a new era since Assad was deposed. Sharaa was under UN sanctions as the leader of the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham or HTS, which was formerly linked to Al-Qaeda. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Exactly 11 minutes after 7 a.m. and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. Dennis Aseto, Josphat Kamanya here. We shall be having a conversation on the Gen Z and the ballot. Just where exactly are we with that? But before we get to that conversation, Kamanya, do you have a plan?
I do.
Now, let me tell you about the plan that one ICEA Lion has for you. Now, we talk about the future a lot, right? And plans, goals, and the tough choices that shape them. But here's a question. What exactly is your plan? I repeat that question. Life is moving fast. Bills, dreams, responsibilities, and somewhere in between, the future creeps on you. And if you don't have a plan, it will get really, really difficult. But ICEA Lion helps you protect, grow, and plan for what matters most. Now, don't wait for the wake-up call. Do not wait. Usingoje, because by the time you're waiting, perhaps it's really too late. So insurance, investments, and peace of mind all made simple and accessible, because if you're not planning for the future, it is high time you did. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. ICEA Lion. What's your plan? Is the question. Ndio swali inaulizwa, what's your plan? But even after having this plan and you have your investment, you've put your money in a place where it is growing and all that, you need to go spend this money. But where exactly are we spending this money? Now, Naivas has a new kid on the block. And this new kid on the block is Naivas One Mall Magadi. Now, Magadi Road just got hotter because Naivas is in town. The brand new Naivas One Mall Magadi Road branch is officially open, being the 111th, 123 Hadi 111th branch that is here. And this branch appreciates everyone, all of us, for 35 years of loyalty. So Naivas, 35 years, 111 branches, and this one is the new kid on the block along Magadi Road. And things are moving fast with excitement, and you know what that means: fresh deals, great vibes, and aisles full of your favorites. So depending on what your favorite is or which aisle, I'll not ask, is your favorite, that is where you get to go, because you'll get what you need. Now, so when you hit Magadi Road, make that Naivas freshness, that is the spot for you. So when you hit Magadi Road, make that one quick stop. Shop Kikwetu style. So when you go to Naivas, you don't just shop. No. You shop Kikwetu. And when you shop Kikwetu, you go to aisles that are full. You know, and with this, there are also discounts. So you get discounts on goods that are less than 1K. And you can grab toasters, blenders, kettles, and win big on TVs, fridges, microwaves, and so much more. Naivas is saying it saves you money. So you're spending well, you're getting discounts, you're living well, you know, and everything is aire.
And there is variety.
Everything and variety as well, especially on those aisles. But let's get to the conversation this morning, because we have our guest on the hot seat, and we have Anthony Murithi Mugo, who is a political strategist and policy thinker, karibu sana, and Sophie Mugure Njeri, who is the SG, the Revolutionary Gen Z Movement, Youth Perspective, Gen Z, and the ballot. It's a conversation that is rife. IEBC has given us its positions on where we are in terms of pretty much the registration. Is it a question of voter suppression? Because that is a conversation that is out there. Are we getting the right numbers? And the Gen Zs, why are they not turning out to vote, to register as voters in the coming election? But before that, let's go to Mauritania. Today we are in Mauritania. So before we get to the conversation, the hot seat, lazima tuwapatie kazi. We are in Mauritania, a country that is big on matters to do with extractive economy, you know. And when we are here, so you talk about copper, you talk about iron ore that they do have, and a country with all this still considered to be a poor country. How that happens baffles, but perhaps it is something that the country needs to do to ensure that it gets to a level where it is not poor. Patience is the key to relief, is the proverb. Ladies, go first.
Patience is the key to relief. I think good things take time. Yeah. In a nutshell.
Short and easy. Yeah, short and sweet. How would you go about it?
I actually wanted to say almost the same but in different words. That to succeed, it's not to bring it home, it's not a microwave moment. You know, in my local dialect we say, if you want to cook good and sweet githeri, cook it on the jiko, not on the stove.
How would you say it in your dialect? Just say it.
Gokiriria. Nikugunaga. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds better when you say it in your dialect, right? But let's dive straight into the conversation. So the IEBC has come out and said it needs to register some 6.3 million Kenyans, and all these majority of them, the young people, you know, who needs to get into the voters register ahead of the 2027 election. But what we see is the voter turnout is low. Even if you look at the recent release, a report by IEBC, we're talking about some 70,000 Kenyans who are turned out. First of all, in your own assessment, is that the correct number? And if it is, why aren't the young people coming out to register as voters? Shida iko wapi? Lady goes first.
Well, I think the numbers are a bit higher than 70,000. Let's say 90,000. That is what they gave us recently. But it is good to remember that they are doing, of the 6.3 million, they plan to do that in 3 phases. They don't plan to register 6.3 million at once. So within their first phase, which is from the moment they started in September up to December, that they plan to do 10% of the 6.3 million, which is around 630,000 voters. Then on the second phase, which is 2026, they said they plan to do 40%, which is around 2.5 million. And the third phase, which is the last phase as we approach the elections, the other 315,000 voters. But it is also good to note that there are things that the IEBC needs to do to make that possible. For instance, you're telling us to go and register at the IEBC offices in the constituency level. I'm a young person, I'm jobless, I don't have a job. And for me to get to that constituency office, I need transport. So who's giving me that money? Am I going to eat, or am I going to spend time going to the IEBC office to register? You're not advertising on media stations, tell people that, hey, voter registration is ongoing and it's continuous, come. You're not doing that. We're not having posters. So really, how do you expect the numbers to go up, and you have not exhausted all mechanisms to ensure that information is properly dispensed to the masses? So I genuinely think it's a systemic issue, and I think it is deliberate of the government to curtail the IEBC of funds and of human resource to be able to sell the narrative that we are not registering, but they're not offering the mechanisms to ensure that the IEBC is properly funded and it's given the mechanisms it needs to ensure that these numbers are an actual reality. And in my opinion, that is one way of rigging.
Well, Sophie, you hate. Hey, today is it's Combat Friday. But the argument has been, when the revolution began in 2024, the Gen Zs were very charged, The people came out in their respective counties, towns, and cities, unfacilitated. They paid their own bus fares. They walked, with a flag, a phone, and a bottle of water. There was an anticipation that the same energy, the same drive will be seen, self-driven, by the Gen Zs to registration as voters, and that is not yet happening.
You see, it is prudent to understand that a wounded soldier seldomly goes to war. So we are wounded as young people of this nation, and we are wounded by the very systems that we are depending on to enable us to achieve our future and good governance and everything that is very important to us as young people. So right now, we're dealing with so many things because, first of all, we have so many of us who are still in jail for trumped-up charges of terrorism. Right. We have so many of us who are still nursing wounds of bullets from the protest. Correct. We have seen that matters. For example, I'm seeing Eliud Lagat's face on this newspaper. He is still eating taxpayers' money and moving around with our money, yet he is among the suspects in the case of Albert Ojwang. We're having Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo outside, still abducted. We're having Kenyans suffering at the hands of the same systems that we are expecting to help us. So first of all, as young people, we have a trust issue. And that is, I think, what we need to address moving forward in our civic education. As we're planning to rid Kenyans of voter apathy, we need to find ways of building trust in these systems. And just because we are wounded, just because a lion has been rained on, don't mistake it for a cat.
So,
still a lion.
Anthony, I hear Sophie speak and a wounded soldier, IEBC not doing voter education, advertising, registration exercises taking place in their offices, and it is making it difficult for would-be new voters to come out and go do that. Is there a case in that argument?
From Sophie's point of view, there's a case is subject to how you prosecute it. She does raise a valid point, but equally, government has a monopoly of everything when it wants to achieve a certain goal. And I'll give you a case in point. When we wanted to impeach the former deputy president, mobilization, resources, and advertisement was done overnight. Every MP was in their constituency. They had even printed documents to support why the impeachment needed to happen.
Government printers was working.
Government printers was working. On that day, it was excellent. Okay? And that goes to show, when we talk about voter suppression, it happens in many forms. I remember there was something one of the leaders said. I don't want to mention him because he's not here to defend himself. But he said, when you want to steal maize, you don't steal it when it is in the granary. You steal it when it is in the field. So are we seeing a case where the maize is being stolen when it's in the field? But that's said and done. I think one of the things we as a generation need to learn is that freedom, when you want it, there is no going back. And on this is where now I'll just differ kidogo with Sophie. You can be wounded, but the fight should never stop. I'll borrow from the late Raila Amolo Odinga, God rest his soul in peace. That man had what is called tenacity. Tortured, tear-gassed, beaten, abused. The wife was fired. Everything you could throw to a man. But because he understood the goal, he understood the mission, it was clear. He said, you can put me down, but I'll never be down. That is the awakening this generation needs. That is the kind of mobilization that we need. And people underestimate the power of a structured movement. Raila Odinga was the rallying call for ODM and ODM people around this country and the world, because he's being celebrated worldwide. So whenever his soldiers felt, that this is too much on us, he would give them that talk to tell them, bado mapambano, musilale, kanan. He had something for every situation. The river is full of crocodiles, but we will get across. That motivation needs to come from within us, the young people. The same way we mobilize on TikTok, on Spaces, and go to Kaluma Boy, where that motivation should be seen in this ballot. We need to show the world and to show the current establishment that we mean business. And every generation from the Mau Mau, average age of a Mau Mau was 22 years. They have defined their movement. As we are here fighting a very structured thing, but them, they went with a spear to a bullet fight. But they reorganized themselves. They did not say these white people are too well equipped. So for us as young movement, we must define 2027 and choose to write our history, how we want to be remembered. And if we show that the drive to register as a voter, as is enshrined in the Constitution, that it is your right to vote, own it. Don't wait for someone to come and own it for you. So it is actually our work to organize ourselves, to mobilize ourselves, to fundraise for ourselves, fill a bus. Instead of going to Naivasha for the weekend, fill a bus and go to a polling station.
And you talk about planning, you talk about organizing, and with that as well, even as you do all that, you are dealing with a system that is set to do things in a certain way. So enter our EBC that says this is where you'll come and register. We have told Kenyans the continuous voter registration is ongoing. It's up to you to come and register. So let's talk about IEBC, right? From a point of Kenyans need to be aware where your offices are. Kenyans need to be constantly told that the voter registration exercise is there. We've not seen that happen. All we've seen is the chairperson coming, telling us these are the statistics we have, these are the numbers that we have, the voter registration exercise is low. But how do we fix that problem that will ensure that these young people who are not turning out, the wounded soldiers, as much as I'm wounded, I know I'm supposed to go register and my center is XYZ. That even in the event that I feel like it is far, we can have a conversation with our leaders, with other young people to go and register. Because let's not get it twisted. Not registering, there is no way young people are getting what they want.
To emphasize that, I would say that bad leaders are chosen by good citizens who just do not participate in the electoral process. And it is, first of all, important for us to note that elections is not just the election day. It is pre-election, election, and post-election. So what we do during that period then now influences the type of leaders that we have. But to just say what we need as young people to push us to go and register is basically the sort of life that we're living now. Our material conditions, number one, as young people, is at the lowest, bottom of the totem pole, deep bottom. Our healthcare systems are not working. Our education systems are not working. And who are the young parents, by the way, right now? It is us. Have you seen the fee structure for people who are going into junior secondary?
Yeah, 53K.
It's crazy. Like 53K is what the government has said. We have not spoken about what the school will give you in terms of at a development, at a lunch, at a what. So, for instance, let me just take an example of Nairobi and Kiambu counties. Nairobi County is literally, we are the city, but we are the dirtiest. Like, dirt has slowly encroached into our city.
Same is twins, eh?
There is no street lighting. So 24-hour economy has been killed by lack of lighting, which encroaches insecurity into our economy. So if these are not motivating factors, for us to come out. Let's talk about those who are on pay slip, like you guys. You're being taxed, housing levy. So far, housing levy has collected 100 billion, and we only have 1,400 units that have been given to Kenyans, yet we were told we'd be having 250,000 units per year. If that is not motivation enough for you to go and register as a voter and demand to remove this government out. Yesterday, Kiambu County healthcare workers have been on strike for 6 months.
Right.
6 months. Yesterday, the governor and his officers chose to throw dirt at one of the stages in bid to steal that stage area. Like Nairobi, everywhere these days is a stage. Like, people are lining up in the middle of the road. Like, the road is just becoming small. There's a section in Mathare. The garbage has taken half of the road, literally.
Yeah.
Like, if these are not motivating factors for us to wake up and register as voters, I don't know what is.
But Sophie, well, Comparative Friday, you are the SG of the revolutionary Gen Z movement.
Yes.
You are well woke
Yes.
to the situation that the country is in, as you well articulated. But then, what is the movement doing beyond being angry? Because there is the anger, and yes. That is well deserved, and it should be a motivating and a driving force. What is the movement doing beyond the anger? Or are the Gen Z so angry that we have forgotten that the only way the revolution will succeed is on the ballot? So what, as a movement, what are you trying to coordinate? What are you trying to inspire? What are you trying to spur so that the revolution stays alive and it comes to life come 2027 through the ballot? Because there is no shortcut. According to our constitution, that as disgruntled as we all may be, if we do not participate in this discourse, and you rightly say, it's not about the voting day. It is about, from the onset, you register, become a legal participant by being registered by the IBC. But if you do not do that, you are not armed to be combative enough come the ballot day.
You see, like my colleague Anthony has said, that our tenacity is still within us. We are angry, we are dissatisfied, but we are also audacious, we are also bold. So what we are doing right now is what we call non-violent political organizing. You might not see us on the street, you might not see us pushing and protesting, but we're doing non-violent grassroots organizing. Our focus right now is to explain the issues to the masses so that we can agitate them from within to ensure that, hey, you're still woke enough to understand that sovereign power belongs to the people. So what are we doing? We are pushing a narrative, first of all, of love, healing, solidarity by what we are doing. We're standing up for Bob and Nicholas, and you're seeing us go to the embassy. We are showing that we're full of love and we will not forget these people. We are pushing a system of restorative justice where we want people to be conversations to be had. People who have been responsible for killings and disappearances to be held to account. That is what we are pushing for right now. We are pushing for us to dare to vie. Young people to dare to wake up and take up those positions. For instance, myself, I want to be the MCA of Thika Township Ward. We have several people. We are consolidating youthful aspirants so that we can campaign together, so that we can come up with our manifestos together. Well, do I think that we shall fagia wote this time? We might not be able to achieve fagia wote this time. But what we will be able to achieve is to infiltrate the parliament and to infiltrate county assemblies, so that even though they dare to say that they have won, we will impeach them. We have the numbers in parliament, we have the numbers in the county assemblies, and we will take them home because we represent the voice of the people. So what we are strategizing, if you watch football, you know you're better being on the offensive than being on the defensive. So we are planning to stay on the offensive, and that is what our organizing now is focused on.
See, Anthony, I want us to look at the anger that is there in the country, in the sense that nothing seems to be working, and that has to change whether we like it or not. And we are strategizing, you call it nonviolent peaceful demonstration, and we are doing this to ensure that the grassroots understand what it is we are doing. The most important aspect of all this is having the right leaders in office, whether young people or the old people, the right people in these offices, in especially in parliament, would change how this country moves forward. Because for a very long time, I have argued that the power of this country does not even lie in the executive, but in parliament. Because if you get the correct legislators, then you're able to have the correct laws, you're able to have individuals who check excesses and are able to push the country to the right direction. So in terms of ensuring that that is the message that people understand, that powers lies in the National Assembly and that we need the right people. I heard Rigathi Gachagua the other day say, do not elect someone because they belong to a single mother. That is not a criteria to use for voting someone into the National Assembly. Are we having these discussions openly to make people understand that we need people who can read, draft and understand what it is they're passing in the National Assembly?
You asked a fantastic question. I was actually just waiting for that question to come in. You know, Sophie here is vying for MCA. I, on the other side, I do work with the opposition closely to form up a strategy of how do we get the youth into active politics across all the seats. Across all the seats. And one thing you will notice is that all political parties, I'll not talk for the government, but all political parties in the oppositions have reviewed their entry fee. And this is deliberate on us in the opposition to encourage young people to enter into the political space. Why is this fee being reviewed? Number one, if you want to know a government has failed, is when a lawyer comes into the office and tells you, I graduated in law, and to be very honest, this is the much I can afford. So we do have the good brains out there. What we need to do is create a conducive environment for them to exercise that. On the part of us who are working with the opposition, is because we have the ability and the funds, we want to have a synergy of those who have been in politics for long enough, so they have the experience and they have all those. And when I talk about experience, I mean good experience. The experience is both ways. Okay? But the catalyst effect here is, you know, like when you do titration, we shall have such a big surge of young people into the political space that we shall be the concentration level will be very high.
Yes.
That is what we want to achieve in 2027, so that the debate in the county assembly can be rich. You have a lawyer in the county assembly, someone who knows how to draft a law, someone who knows the constitution, someone who knows what their mandate is. We don't want people to learn everything on the job. We want people who are coming in, who know what they are supposed to do. Because what we've been having is, I remember, you know, one of the things that I remember when this government came into office, one of the things the president did, he said, you know, we go to meetings with some of you and you don't know anything about your work. So much so, he actually paid for them to be taught how to use a plate and a fork. You can remember in Naivasha, he said, I'm paying for you to be taught how to use, you know, what is a soup spoon, what is a fork. You know, when we talk about legislation and when we talk about, you know, all these things, those guys were green from day one. And that explains the mess we are in. It's because the criteria we used was that of, let me just use Kiswahili, tunataka nyumba ya mama akona, mtu akona shida inuke kitungu. Ikinuka so, how does that change your life? You know, so we want people who understand what is a work of CDF. What is the work of a senator? Oversight. What does oversight mean? Okay? A women rep. What is your work? MCA, when you tell you your work is to oversight the governor, to oversight county funds. So that when the governor comes there, you tell him, by the way, we are both here courtesy of the ballot. My work here is to tell you that you received X amount from government, and your work according to the constitution is A, B, C, D. We don't want to see you in Nairobi. Doing what? The reason you are a governor is to bring Nairobi to the county. Yes. You can call Nairobi. You don't have to live in Nairobi. That is a conversation that young people now want. And that is what Sophie is saying.
Yes.
We've switched into the silent revolution. And that is why for those of us who came into this space because we were very good at doing social spaces on X. Yesterday, I was hosting a space. How do we achieve the ballot revolution? And how do we win at the ballot? And the conversations there were rich. And the conversation there, just because Sophie is in a separate entity from me, it doesn't mean me and Sophie don't talk. We talk every day, by the way. In that conversation, you will see a Luya, a Kisi, a Luo, someone from Wajir. We are having a conversation about how do we get people in Wajir? What are your problems? Why aren't you standing? Why aren't you vying? And we're actually telling young people, do you know that the entry level for an MCA in this political party is 2,500? And they go like, yes, I want to do that. I was with a guy who's vying for senator in Baringo. He came to me and told me, I'm vying for senator as an independent. What do I do? And I took him to the office and said, you are vying, yes. How do we support you? How do we educate you about how to guard your ballot during the election day? Because that is where it matters. That conversation is happening, only that now we are not shouting. Because we can't afford boardrooms, we are very busy on WhatsApp and TikTok.
Yes. However, Anthony, one would argue, yes, the narrative is out there that people must come out and participate. People must understand their role in this political discourse. We must take back our country. That is the bare minimum. By bringing on board leadership that we duly have vetted and voted for. Once we elect them, then we trust that they are going to execute their mandate according to the Constitution. But it goes back to the active question of the day. The only way to achieve the ballot revolution is through having people fully and duly registered. Because Sophie may be vying, and all the best. He said it's Thika Ward. Thika Township Ward. All the best. And if she does not manage to achieve the threshold of the bare minimum number that ought to be registered in this new registration cycle, then the election period is going to be a challenge. What do we do? And I know there's going to be what you call the enhanced continuous voter registration. That is the one they cascade to the towns, the phase 2. As a policy thinker, are there, you don't have to mention them because again, you don't want the enemy to know. But are there plans, as you say, to mobilize when that phase 2 is that will be less costly? Logistics are less in terms of requirement on where to go because the ABC is supposed to bring them to your doorstep, outside a church on Sunday, on a market that is nearby, universities. And the universities, there's a bus stage and station, apart from the one in Kiambu where they dumped garbage, you know. Are you trying, guys, to strategize along that so that we achieve the numbers?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, this one I'm not even going to say it is a secret because the party leader of DCP announced it. One of the things that the opposition is doing actively is to form a very robust, united opposition youth league. Meaning, DCP, PLP, Jubilee, Wiper, the youth league will become one entity. And what do we want to achieve with this? 2 things. 1, to show that we are united. 2, to show that we will work beyond tribe.
Yes.
Because me as Anthony Moredi will be seen in Kambaland, telling the people of Kamba, we are here because we want you to register. That is number 1. Number 2, we also want you to vote right. So this United Youth League is going to come out in a very big way. We are going to mobilize in a way that has not been seen in this country. And we are very serious about it. And by the way, this government has done so many blunders. Even if you told them the thief is coming tomorrow, they will still blunder at the gate. They will still leave the gate open. You get? I'm not underestimating them. But if you want to know that a country or a person has lost his way, is when you say people in this country don't dream right. People in this country are not optimistic. I mean, you can take away everything from us, but now you're even interfering with our dreams. You want to say we don't know how, we can't control our own dreams. We are average thinkers. So, you know, the assumption is Kenya did not exist post 2022. We became a republic the other day, so we don't know how systems work. Yet, the people we were telling are not ambitious. The moment you came into government, you met an expressway, an SGR, the most and the best green energy system in Africa. What have you done? Don't tell us about how inadequate we are. Tell us what you've done. Because so far, we can see the debt is going up. but we can't see where the work is.
No,
In fact, it's gone up with
and don't
4
interfere with our dreams, by the way.
There's a challenge there, Anthony, because you said you're in the opposition.
Yes.
And a lot of Kenyans, we are saying that the opposition is we, the people. So when you say the opposition, I would imagine it's that coalition of the deputies. Mm-hmm. The president was vouched for, campaigned for, vetted, and approved by your party leader.
Yes.
And now your party leader turns around and says, this person is not qualified. A lot of youth don't have faith in that narrative. We do appreciate the president has failed to deliver. But also what we appreciate more is that the deputy who was impeached cannot really be the one to vet another president for Kenyans. What's your take on that?
Yeah, wonderful question. The deputy president, and by the way, I'm in PLP, so Mother Karo is my party leader.
Okay.
Rigathi Gachagua was one of the principals. Said all the things he said about the president, it is true. He came with a CV. The same way when someone applies for a job in a company like this, you hire them based on your CV and the story they give you across the table. Mm-hmm. After that, you'll tell them you are hired, or we shall put you on an internship program to see whether you suit, whether you understand your JD, your job description. So when the former deputy president vetted, campaigned, and said, we want Kitungu inuke kwa this house, it is because we are working with a document which was brought to all Kenyans. Okay? Now we took William Ruto, the president, on an internship program that is very expensive. It's the most expensive, I think, in the world, because Kenya has one of the most expensive elections. And after he failed, Ruto is a classic example. He said, now you failed, but because you are there constitutionally and I cannot remove you, the same energy I used to put you there is the same energy I'll use to remove you. And he's not doing this as an individual now. He's saying collectively, young people, old people, millennials, Gen Alphas, people in the diaspora, we all now come together and agree that this vetting now needs a broad-based approach. Hence the name that you are saying we are the united opposition, where we have all the demographics now represented. The young, the old, the middle class, everyone is represented in this discussion, including the diaspora people, because they form the highest remittance to this country. So they have a big stake and a big say in this conversation.
You see, we will have this conversation on how bad Ruto is, how he came in with a CV, but the implementation was bad. You know, we will we will complain over and over again. But if we don't get the solution to it, there is nowhere that people will be headed. So here is a question where I want to look at from a broader perspective, where it is everyone who is in leadership today was a young person at a specific time, and they had the dream of changing this country to be a better place. President William Ruto belongs to YK92. Conversation on what it is, but it was a youth-led movement, you know. Everybody else, you look at their journey towards politics, they started the clamor to leadership as a young people with the dream of making Kenya a better place. Today, as the older generation that we have in the country, what we talk about perhaps is not the dream they had when they were young people. Something changed. And one would say it is based off the influence that they picked from the predecessors that were there before them. As the young people today who want to change the situation in the country, we want things to work, we want services to get to us, we want proper governance, respect in the rule of law. How are we surrounding ourselves with individuals who have good ideals, who are not compromised, who will lead us to Canaan or to Jerusalem, and ensure that we do that in the right way? Are we talking to individuals who have the country's best interest at heart? Because as young people as well, there is no way one would say we are getting there without guidance. Guidance is needed. How are we seeking this guidance to ensure that we do not become the worst examples in our future lives?
You see, at the end of the day, bottom line, it comes down to who you are as a person and your values.
how you've been raised, what you believe in, what is your belief. I think it is time as Kenyans we start having an approach that is not emotional, but absolutely logical.
Right.
We need to move from a crowd and a mass that is moved by emotion, and we need to sit now at the table that allows logic to prevail. So if we need, first of all, to stop having serious concentration on one elective seat. We have 5 other elective seats that the intention of these seats was to devolve. He said, bring Nairobi to Mashinani.
Right.
So if we are not vetting the people who are closest to us, especially like the MCAs, if you're not vetting your MCA, then development will not reach you. So in terms of us, first of all, seeking guidance, it is to first self-analyze. Who am I as an aspirant? Analyze me. Where did I go to school? Who are my friends? What do I do during the weekends? How do I hang out? How do I have fun? Am I a drug addict? Being young doesn't equate being good. Being a woman doesn't equate being good. So first of all, we need to remember that the people in power, the system, they are constantly organizing. They are constantly planning on how they will stay in power. In fact, they are planning so much so that immediately they got into power, there was an assumption of office bill and transition of the presidency. What does that say? It says that immediately you are said to be the president-elect, you assume powers of the president. So you assume monopoly of violence. You assume signatory rights to read this country dry, the coffers. For 21 days, you can be president before the petitions are dealt with. We need to understand that they are planning, so we are also planning. You need to remember that they said even a car will be a polling station. So how are we planning to guard those votes? And lastly, how are we planning to initiate election reforms and police reforms ahead of this election? So my call, especially to those who are in the united opposition and those who are holding positions of power in parliament currently, because Wiper has MPs in parliament and Senate, DAP has people in parliament, I call them to initiate election reforms that allows social media to actually cover these elections to ensure they are free, fair and secure and verifiable, to initiate reforms that curtail campaign financing, to compel IEBC to actually vet, because IEBC is supposed to vet aspirants, to compel IEBC to actually vet them. And if you're not credible, you're not on the ballot.
Right.
So what we're trying to say is, we have the numbers.
Nice.
If even we look at the last election, 8 million Kenyans did not participate.
Right.
So if we can appeal, number one, to these 8 million voters and give them a candidate who stands out in terms of integrity, in terms of progressive thinking, in terms of forgiveness and love and solidarity and healing, then we first of all have 8 million. Then we tap into the employers and the employees who are disgruntled. Then we come to the youth, the marginalized group, the youth, the women, the people with disability. If we can consolidate all those numbers, then I don't know where Ruto is going to get his votes from. But remember, there's one curtailing factor. When the census was done, the northeastern area had a problem with their numbers. And I think that is his plan, to manipulate those numbers so much so that he says that he has the numbers to come back. But if he dares to steal, there shall be a revolution. And that is given.
You see, we are here, and I think it's good that you're now talking about solutions as young people, you know, because we went to the streets, you know, we know what that happened, what that did. Right now, we young people are injured. We are strategizing silently. But here we are aligning ourselves with the political parties with ideals that we must change. Kenya has to be better. But even while at that, power is never given.
Yes.
Power is taken. And as the young people understand that power is taken, the only weapon that a young person must have is the vote. And everyone must make sure, including IEBC and government agencies, that the 6.3 million that they are targeting end up to the ballot. But there is even, let me also just throw a spanner in the works. We're talking about 6.3 million. But remember, we have those who are clearing high school. They are not in that that equation. By the time 2026 ends, we have another 1 million that perhaps would also be getting there. So we're talking about around 8.3 million that IEBC might want to also extend their focus on who wants to end up there. As a young people, do young people understand the power there is in the vote, other than the power of organizing, going to the streets and organizing on the social media? Do young people today understand that my vote equals to better governance? My vote equals to a working healthcare system? Do the young people understand that my vote means jobs? Anthony.
You know, you've asked, again, a wonderful question. And those are the questions we ask ourselves when we meet. How do we cascade the power of the vote to the voter? In particular, the new voter. Because if we get it right with the new voter, then we have figured out Kenyans' problems to a large extent. And let me say, you see, when you talk about why we young people are working with the opposition, it is crystal clear why. If you want to cure yourself of any disease, you cannot look at medicine. You have to swallow the medicine. So instead of us being out, we went and said, and let me tell you, for us to work with the opposition, and for me, because I work closely with my party leader, Martha Karua, it is not because, the criteria was not because I was young. The criteria was because what value is Anthony bringing to PLP? Yes. And it was not a soft landing. You've dealt with my party leader. You have to convince her beyond reasonable doubt that you are bringing value to this discussion. So instead of us now looking at government and pointing a finger, looking at the opposition and pointing a finger, we said, let us be part of this conversation. And I want to give you some light. One of the things that has happened in my party is that there are term limits. The same way we are saying the president has term limits, PLP also has term limits now. Why was this necessary? To allow the old to exit, and now they move to what is called the Council of Eminence, the elders. So they don't take part in the running of the party. And to allow young people to come in. But as they're there on that bench of the elders, they mentor these young people. You know, when you get excited, they tell you, now you're getting excited. Calm down. You know, that is what we are doing in the opposition. I don't want to know what other people are doing, but I know what we are doing. Number two, you can see that we have the conversation today on SpiceFM is a progressive one. When 2024, when we were here, this was rage. Past rage, now we are talking about how do we get Sophie elected? How do we get the people who will vote for Sophie to vote for Sophie, not because she comes from a poor home, but because Sophie understands her mandate. Yes. She understands her job description. We moved from nyumba inuke kwa kitungu inuke kwa nyumba to the constitution.
Well, Anthony, that is good, and we hope this conversation continues because we still have a bit of time to, before we get to the ballot in 2027. And you mentioned something, Sophie, that the only way to participate in a game actively with an attitude of winning is to be on the offensive, not the defensive. So let's hope that Kenyans will understand that if we do not become offensive by owning our vote, by standing out and speaking truth to power, because a lot of injustices continue to happen, then the revolution that we are in may not get to manifest fully. However, we may want to think beyond a party and a political leadership. Because remember, the regime is just but a symptom of what is ailing us. Our enemy is poverty. You said our material situation of the country and the young people is wanting. So we must find a way to continue the revolution to the ballot and bring economic liberation. What regime are we bringing back? What kind of people do we want to be in office?
Really, first of all, is to eliminate the authority of the ruler. And the ruler has understood that he has to keep us poor, he has to keep us hungry, he has to keep us wanting so that he can control us. So if we find a way to eliminate his authority through having our votes, then first of all, we have weakened him. We will be eternal vigilantes. We will not leave him. Whatever he does, we are on his case We will ensure Kenyans know exactly what he is doing every single day. And lastly, we will love this life and we will love this country more than William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza organization. We will love it so much so that we will plan and take him home, and Ruto must go, and he will go.
Well put.
Yes.
You know, and with that, I think let's just go through the numbers. So 16,512 Nairobi, those are registered voters. Kiambu 9,917. Machakos 4,026. Mombasa 3,967. Nakuru 3,265. Meru 3,128, and the list goes on. We only hope that in the coming days, those that are being targeted will get out there and get to exercise what is their right, you know, get that vote and go vote. On the show, Anthony Murithi Mugo, political strategist and policy thinker, and Sophie Mugure Njehia, SG, the revolutionary Gen Z movement. This conversation must indeed continue. Asanteni sana at 8 a.m. Good morning.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Inspector General Police Douglas Kanja has revealed that only 20% of police officers live in decent housing. Appearing before the State Department for Housing Committee at the National Assembly on Thursday, Kanja regretted that many of the houses have deteriorated due to inadequate maintenance and delayed renovations, adversely affecting the welfare and living standards of officers who occupy them. Kanja said many officers are forced to find accommodation away from police stations, exposing them to security risks.
The National Police Service has approximately 20,000 institutional housing units across the country against a workforce of about 100,000 police officers. This translates to a deficiency of about 80,000 housing units, meaning that less than half of the officers are accommodated within the existing police housing facilities. Even with shared occupancy arrangements, only a small proportion of the officers get accommodated in these units.
The National Police Service is fast-tracking housing projects to address the shortage, including a proposal to construct over 18,000 units in Nairobi. ODM acting leader Dr. Oburu Oginga has vowed to keep the party united, urging members not to allow division. Speaking in Migori County during a memorial service for the late party leader Raila Odinga, Oburu called on party members to uphold Raila's legacy.
Raila alituambia ni lazima tuungane pamoja ndio tuendeleze chama. Mimi Oburu Oginga, hata mkiniita party leader, lakini nyinyi mmetoroka mmeenda vyama vingine, sina nguvu ya kuendelea mimi mpeke yangu. I am nothing without you, but with your support watu wa Migori, mimi sitakuwa na uoga yoyote, nitaendelea.
Oburu also encouraged residents to register as voters and party members to actively participate in democratic processes. At the same time, ODM chairperson Gladys Wanga reiterated that the party will remain in the broad-based government until the next general election. She called on the judiciary to allow the task force on protest victims' compensation to operate.
Baba pamoja na the president, they put together the committee under Professor Makau Mutua to handle compensation. Na sisi tulikuwa tunataka tuongeze hapo ndani pia mambo ya IDPs ambao walikuwa wamefukuzwa na wale kutoka huku kwetu hawakukuwa wamekuwa compensated. So ikuwe 2017 to 2024 plus IDPs. Lakini sasa ile mambo, kuna wale wakora ambao hawataki compensation ifanywe, wakaenda kotini wakasimamisha, washindwe ama wasishindwe. Na sisi tunaomba koti zetu, tafadhali mumalize na hii mambo ya compensation, watu wapewe pesa.
St. Francis Primary School in Gatundu, North Kiambu County has been demolished to pave the way for Mangu Technical College, the first such institution in the area. The demolition marks the start of a 300 million shillings project expected to be completed by May next year. The new college aims to reduce the need for students to travel outside the constituency for technical courses. Residents have welcomed the project as a major step in expanding education opportunities in Gatundu North.
South wako na college, sisi ndio hatuna, lakini saa hii tutakuwa nayo. Hii college inajengwa na Ministry of Housing, wameshirikiana na Gatundu North CDF na pia Ministry of Education. Tuko hapa sisi wote. Kazi ambayo inafanywa hapa ni ya milioni 300 mpaka kumalizika, na kwa hivyo 20% ndio inakuanga labor. So 20% ya 300 million, hiyo ni almost 60 million, na hiyo 60 million itakuwa inaenda kwa mifuko ya wananchi ya labor.
Typhoon Kamanya, one of the year's deadliest storms, has headed west to Cambodia and Laos after barreling through central Vietnam on Thursday with winds of up to 149 kilometers per hour. Earlier this week, the typhoon flooded entire towns in the Philippines, killing at least 114 people and leaving more than 120 missing. In Vietnam, at least one person died after a house collapsed in Dak Lak province, while another two died in Gia Lai province. The government's disaster management site has not yet released any death tolls or estimated damages. The typhoon came even as central Vietnam struggled with the aftermath of record rainfall last week that killed nearly 50 people. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself. But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why don't tell me what is first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room.
It is exactly 8 minutes after 8 a.m. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. We continue to have conversations that matter in the country. And today we shall be looking at this hour week in review, just what has been happening in the country. Our guests are already seated in the hot seat. But before we get to the conversation, how about I tell you about a plan, And imagine it is a weekend. You are enjoying your barbecue and someone's talking about their next investment, Another about their retirement plan, and you're just there with your plate of nyama choma, your favorite drink here and there. And you're just thinking, what's my plan? What's your plan? And ICEA is here to make it easier for you to start. Now, it's never too early or too late to start. ICEA Lion has a plan for everyone. Now, what's your plan? ICEA Lion is asking insurance and investment options that help you grow, protect, and plan with confidence, So you're talking about your future. You're talking about where you're putting your money, how you're taking care of your future. So you're investing, you're having an insurance in case you fall sick. You have it all or are all taken care of. Now, ICEA is helping you secure your today and build your tomorrow. Question is, what's your plan? What's your plan? A question that we all need to ask on a daily basis. But we could talk about that plan, and seated on the hot seat is Kevin Aseto, Executive Director, County Governance Watch. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
As well as Irungu Nyakera, former PS Planning and Nairobi DCP Patron. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Now, we are in a country called Mauritania, a beautiful country, rich in resources. Talking about iron ore, gold, oil. They also have fish, and all that is what they use to push their economy. But it is also a country that is considered to be very poor in the continent. And one would ask why, if you have all these resources at your disposal. Perhaps it's a conversation that the country itself needs to have to see how it will take advantage of its resources to grow its economy. But from this beautiful country, we have a proverb. And the proverb is, patience is key to relief. Patience is key to relief. Nyakera, how would you interpret that?
When you're not patient, you worry too much. But once you're patient and you know that something will happen at its own time and at the right time, you don't worry too much. You feel, you anticipate that things will ease up, that things will work out at the right time.
Yeah. Aseto.
Thank you. Patience gives you peace of mind. It gives you an opportunity to re-strategize. It gives you a chance to learn your lessons. And of course, patience gives you the opportunity to do it one more time in a better way.
Always you look at patience and that hope that I might be going through the mud right now, but at the end of the journey, I will get to sunshine, clean water, fragrance. You gotta smell nice and eat well,
Light at the
end of the tunnel, So patience is really, really important. But let's dive into it. It has been an interesting week. You look at what has been happening in the country, the push of having good leaders in office. And one Rigathi Gachagua says, Raila Odinga got it right in terms of his foot soldiers, the people that he sent in parliament. He has lawyers. People can craft laws. People can argue on a proper level, and just pushing for the electorate to understand the importance of having the right people in parliament who can legislate, oversight, and represent. An argument in terms of the leadership that you have today in these houses, whether they're doing that, but that it's important for the electorate to understand the importance of electing in the right people. Aseto, does that statement hold ground? And if it does, how critical is it for the Mwananchi to get that?
Of course, that statement holds a lot of ground, and especially given what we saw happening upon the announcement of the demise of the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, may God rest his soul in eternal peace.
And particularly given the degree of self-mobilizing of people who came out to even, do things which in the history of this country, I wouldn't have imagined that would happen. For instance, breaking the critical infrastructure, very highly protected areas like the airport, up to the VVIP, installations. And these are people who are doing this because they are showing love. Something which I think that in the history of this country, I don't remember since I was born, a political figure that has driven, people out of their, comfort zones, whether comfort is comfort or comfort is not comfort. But they came out in huge numbers from the moment the announcement was made, all the moment, up to the moment when he was laid to rest. And even now, as we are seated here, there are still people who are trooping into Kangoka, Jaramogi and Opoda Farm just to, show their might. And this is not, of course, the brother Buru Ginga told us that Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga was also a businessman.
Yeah.
But they are not doing it because of the business, acumen probably that he had and that industry that he built. They are doing it because of the politics. And so, therefore, the former deputy president, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, making reference to this kind of mobilization, to this kind of, support at such a time as now is really profound because he's a gentleman who has, extended interests to run for the high office. Of course, he has a case in court awaiting upon determination. He is also mobilizing. And I think he's also sending a message to other political leaders, and they're saying, what must we do to get people to mobilize around us and to be able to build such heavy political infrastructure and units like the ones that Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga built. And these are people who came from across the country, They just sprouted and they said, we are doing this for Baba. We are doing this for Baba. And so I think that the political leadership of Kenya, as we head towards the elections and even beyond, really must begin to think through how to learn certain lessons from Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Of course, as I finish, we know that sometimes political patronage is mobilized financially, which therefore means that aspirants or candidates who want to run for office would want to generate a budget, put up a strategy, and part of that budget is normally what is called the logistics. And logistics, a lot of it is the money to mobilize and, show your political might, that when you show up in a rally, the ground is crowded and, you send serious tendons of messages to people like, we have the numbers, and so this is who we are. But I don't think that Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ever paid anyone to show up, and I participated very actively in some of his political mobilization processes from 2015, the BBI process, 2017, the election, 2022, the election, and a number of other grassroots processes, And I do not remember a meeting that we held and said we need to pay people, to get them into buses. Even those who are ferrying people were just self-volunteering, and they were saying, my car can accommodate 5 people. Where are they? Where do we pick them? Let's take them there. But if you look at how the current political leadership mobilize and show that might, I think part of the lessons that Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua is seeking to learn is how do we do it beyond, the financial constraints and even just the utter desire for people, resonating with our ideologies as political parties, with our interests as aspirants and candidates, and of course, therefore, being able to build a political empire, quote unquote, that resonates or resembles what Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga did.
Nyakera, it is a push to have the right people in office, those that can represent, legislate, and oversight. It is a push to have a proper leadership because, like the previous conversation you've had, it is clear that the power does not even lie with the executive. The power is in the National Assembly and the MCs. Why are we saying that? If you have a proper National Assembly, County Assembly, you have fixed the counties. If you have a proper National Assembly, you have fixed the executive, because then they would know that in this house, we have people of integrity, people who are doing things right. If you have a proper Senate, then they would be able to oversee the counties and ensure that devolution does work. Based off that, how critical is this message for us all, as Kenyans, to start thinking differently, in the sense that we have to vet each and every leader who comes to us, that we have to ask the tough questions and not the political class asking themselves those questions?
Yeah, the problem is that we are asking, it's the Kenyans know the kind of leaders that we want. But they always know the kind of leaders they want way before the election and after the election. Yeah. At the point of the election, they pick different, very different kind of leaders.
The leaders they don't want.
The leaders that will not serve them. The leaders that will not help them. Yeah. And that's why when Rigathi Gachagua spoke about the kind of leadership that was associated with Raila, the late Raila, he spoke of people who actually have the qualities to do the things that you're talking about, which is to legislate, to oversight, and to implement. But the biggest problem is actually party primaries. Yeah, because you have the party primaries. There are people who feel that they own the political parties, and sometimes they don't just own them; they work towards owning them. Because I know I'm running for an MP in this area. I know that the Popular Party will be Party X, and I work to be very central to the mechanics and how Party X functions within that area. They don't even need to play at the national level. But when it comes there, when the party leader is coming, I ensure I'm the one who's hosting him. When there's a party function, I ensure that I'm central.
I'm the logistics guy.
Yes, I'm the logistics guy. Yeah. When there's a harambe, I take my money and I take for the party leader. So people, so there are people who understand politics better than others. And at times we have a problem, because the people who really want to be elected are not necessarily the ones who are mostly the ones who also don't have another option. Yeah, I think of I'm running a business, I'm employed, Standard Group, I have a job, I'm already doing something, and so I'll only go to the ground once a week, once a month, twice a month. But there's somebody else who actually has already set his eyes on that seat, and they'll be there for the next 4 or 5 years. And people ignore their flaws. So when you what Rigathi was talking to, the people Rigathi was talking to are the professionals who know that they are qualified, but they do not have time to actually go to the grassroots to engage people. So these good people, the people who have the qualifications, come to the grassroots, to the ground, a week, a month, a year before the elections. When people already have associated with somebody else, and they come and say, I am better than the other person. But that person met these other people at their point of need. He came for their funeral, he came for their weddings, he came for the bridal showers for their children. So they already have a relationship for birthdays.
Which it raises a very pertinent question, because yes, there is that familiarity that one builds up towards the campaigning during the campaign season. But much of what you're mentioning is the tokenism that we are trying to run away from as a country. Just because somebody showed up in some social event, they've been around, and then they have a political aspiration, does not necessarily qualify them to match the job description that you want to give them, be it an MC, an MP, or a governor, and a president as well. So as a populace, at what point do we realize that just because you're my friend, just because you've been within my social circles or in our community helping us with other charitable causes, that does not qualify you unless you have the checklist that really matches your set skills.
You see, the checklist that you have in the Constitution is that you are Kenyan.
Correct.
You have you have the ID, and that you've attained certain minimum educational qualification. That's it. Everybody else falls in line. They are qualified. So it's the people that who are electing you. You realize that a lot of them also have not attained certain educational levels. So if somebody has not reached university.
Yes.
You cannot come to lecture them on how important a degree is, because themselves they're dropouts. Yeah, and they might even start imagining that you're looking down on them, and for that reason they will actually elect the one who's least qualified to punish you. Yeah.
So the civic education is wanting
Yes.
for the electorate to understand
Exactly.
that when they come to the ballot.
There is need for that civic education, but also there is also need for ile ya kujituma.
Yes.
Yeah. We tell the professionals exactly what Gashago was telling them, that we have to change this country. And leadership is not given to somebody who is in their house. You have to actually come out and say, I want to leave Kenya better than I found it. I have been educated by this society, by this community, and I will give myself to this community, in the service of this community.
I'm just listening to Bwana PS, and something that I see happening in the counties, for instance, because that's really where the core of our work is that Kenyans are beginning to realize that uongozi is not just the kiongozi. That leadership is not just the leader.
The leader.
Yeah, but that leadership is the everyday things that you do. That I can be a very influential person in the community, but I don't have to be the governor to make a difference. Yeah. And so citizens are beginning to organize around their areas of interest. So if they are lovers of, good water service delivery, they organize around water. And you will see them writing letters and engaging with the private sector and foundations and asking for dams to be built and for water to be, piped into people's, communities and houses. And that they're even pushing for healthcare to work. And in my view, pole, slowly by slowly, little by little, that is how I think we are also going to determine who becomes our MCA, who becomes our women rep, who even becomes our governor at that level. Because across the board, you can only have one person sitting in one position. And that how that person therefore is elected is something that I see people really beginning to think about. And I agree with Bwana Nyakera that the middle class really, which I think from political economy, some of the work that we do, is sometimes touted as the biggest problem that Kenya has.
Kenya has, yes.
But they are also beginning to get out of their comfort zones. And they are saying, as we move into Syokimau and Mutalia and Rongais and ETCs, the roads are bad.
Yes.
But we can't wait for somebody to come and make these roads. And so they're also organizing to really begin to push. And some weekends you are called to go and help people write petitions, for roads to be done. And these are people who are bank managers, they are in civil society, they are big media guys like Aseto here. And they're already beginning to realize that actually the leader is just but one among the drop that we are. So the synergy lies in us organizing ourselves and coming together. And I think that those who are running for office, like in 2027, now need to begin to relate to this kind of self-organizing, community networks. Because even as we talk about performance for elected leaders and the vetting, these are the people who are going to begin to vet at the town halls. Even before IEBC and DCI and all those other agencies do their work, they are the ones who are going to ask them, can you come to the hall on this Saturday afternoon? Give us your credentials. The governor, you must have a degree. Who are your classmates? Hii degree metoka wapi? And the moment they tell you you are fake, you have no business to go and even talk to the party leader and hope that your hand is going to be raised. Yeah.
Let's look at something that happened in the country. The Cabinet Secretary for Education yesterday just told the National Assembly that 1 billion shillings was paid to ghost students. That there are schools in this country that do exist with teachers but with no students, but that capitation was sent at a time when children were forced to go home early because capitation was not sent in time. Capitation was actually sent after children left schools. You couple that together with the lecturer strike that went for over a month, and the students as well have gone through it all. Parents having to pay for accommodation, food to just sustain their children in these schools. And when you look at the education sector in the country and other services, one asks the question, what are we doing, not only to ourselves, but to the future? And why isn't the president cracking the whip and finally fixing the problem there is? Kara, are we playing politics so bad with critical institutions in the country that you're forgetting the core of what makes this country, Kenya?
And it's not just the core of Kenya, but it's the core of the individual. Because education is actually the only thing that makes the children of the poor and the children of the rich to sit at one table. Is the ultimate equalizer. So I don't even think the president didn't need to fix it. It was working. He just needed to sustain it. You see, when we look at all the levels of education, from primary, secondary, university, they were working. They were not perfect, but they were working. HELB was working. But I pay school fees for certain people, a number of people in university, but for the last 1-2 years, they've just been paying. The school says pay and wait for help, and then the end of the term you're told, now finish the balance, otherwise you won't take the exam because help has still not released the funds. Yes, you can pay if you can afford, but how many can't afford? You go to primary school for the first time, since Kibaki era, teachers are now chipping in, parents are now chipping in, and the minister was very clear, starting the next year, now they will start paying. It's no longer just chipping in, it's actually paying. The day schools, the day secondary schools, we used to pay between 9,000 and 11,000. And that was for food. Now, it's not just for food. They'll also be paying about 19,000 because it adds onto the infrastructure for the schools. You're starting to pay school fees. When we talk of the boarding schools now being at a minimum of 53,000, it's a lot more than people can afford. So we've moved from education being a right to education being a privilege for the ones who can afford. If it's a privilege, it means that now we deny a huge percentage of Kenyans hope for the future. These people will have no skills. If they don't have skills that we need for the future, because 80% of the jobs that will be there in 10 years have not even been identified yet, because it's new, it's evolving. We have a new system. The CBE, the CBC, it's a new system, it's a good system. For me, I think if implemented right, it's actually a good system, because then it aligns people's skills with what they are taught. If you don't like, if you're not good at sciences, nobody will force you to do sciences. If you're good in arts, you'll be directed towards arts. But then you still have to go to that school. There still have to be teachers. There have to be infrastructure. Those items have to be there. So I think it's really unfortunate, because we have seen complete deprioritization of education, and we can no longer say that we do not have money. I always insist, we never have a revenue problem. We have a prioritization and a spending problem.
Now, Aseto, when you look at from a governance perspective, because our education is anchored in our constitution, in our governance structure. A CS comes and tells the country, we have schools that we are shutting down because they don't have students. We have schools where we dispatch capitation, and those schools are ghost schools. And then you look at the transition level, because from 11 million people who are in primary, only about 5 go to secondary, and only 500,000 go to the universities. At what point will the CS, or at what point do we have institutional responsibility, where we may have instances of a CS being told, you are this incompetent based on your report, because you're supposed to head a docket for the country, a critical docket, because education is an equalizer, and the report you're giving is very wanting. But beyond the report, we never see repercussions that are actionable to bring transformation that we need. Where does the country seek refuge?
It's a very devastating story. In fact, it is extremely shocking. In certain parts of the world, the CS should have left office. Not because you are a few months into the office, or because you are not there when these ghost schools were being registered, But because you are the one who is actually, driving the car.
Yeah.
But because this is Kenya, where corruption is normalized, it's a very sad state of affairs, where people talk about corruption as if it is water in a bottle we are drinking, whether clean or dirty, it doesn't matter as long as it is water. And so what, therefore, in my view, from a governance perspective, really begs the question is the institutions of governance. When you register a ghost school, what are you thinking? Who does registration for schools? And I say this from a point of some information that I have around registration of schools, how strenuous and difficult that process is. Even, hiring teachers by TSC. So when you send teachers to ghost schools where there are no learners, what really goes on into your mind? But because this is corruption, and maybe it is a scheme to siphon money, and the CS should have gone further and told us, so when these teachers are being paid, how much are they getting and what are they being paid for? And beyond that is also to look at certain institutions like KNBS, and PS has been PS for Economic Planning and National Development. The degree of work that goes into the economics of Kenya. Just even as we talk about capitation, because these are numbers, and those numbers are drawn from somewhere. As we talk about ghost schools, really, what is it that you are thinking? What is it that the DG of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is even thinking, where he is seated and listening, or even watching the CS talking about ghost schools? What happens to our DCI? Because government security infrastructure is so deeply engraved up to the core in our villages, If they wanted to get data of a ghost school somewhere, it's just a matter of a phone call, and they have what they need. So the CS is taking Kenyans for a ride. I think that if it is information that he was given, he needs to hold accountable those who gave him that information. And Kamanya, you are asking, so what happens to the history? Of course, the history around to what point did the CS Ogamba realize that we have ghost schools?
Yes.
So the former CS needs to be held accountable. Yes. The former PS needs to be held accountable. The former CS, because we've had as many as several CSS and PSS, even directors of education. The education infrastructure of Kenya is so strong again that if you were to get your child from a school on a day when he or she is not expected out of school, look at the number of letters that you have to write. Yet this is your own child, So how come we cannot be able to do things right? So I think that this is something that we should not just talk about it. Certain people and lovers of education, the civil society guys like ourselves, lovers of government, even the donors that put money in the education sector, need to ask very critical questions. And if the president has to crack the whip, I'm surprised he's been silent about critical issues like lecturers who are on strike. I didn't hear the president speak. So I'm hoping that as he does the Nyota in Western, this is going to probably surprise him or shock him, and actually push him to open his mouth and make serious comments around some of the issues that Kenyans are talking about.
We look at education, and one would say what the country needs is elimu bora, not bora elimu. But you look at all the discourse that is happening, ghost schools, delayed capitation, lecturers on strike. You look at printing of textbooks, that has been delayed. The curriculum itself has been delayed. Some schools, CBE transitioning is happening, do not have labs. Some schools, you want to be a swimmer. No equipment, no swimming pool. And one asks, are we focused on the quality, or are we just focused on, I am in government, part of the docket that I'm heading is education, and because the Constitution says every child in the country has the right to basic education, I will just give education. On matters of quality, mzazi, mtoto wako, mjipange. And if that's how we're looking at critical issues in the country. So you look at healthcare, you look at education, you look at security. If that is the mentality that you're having, perhaps it's a time that pause, rewind, and play again and get it right. Your tape, Kama, it's so red.
Yeah.
Let's cut that tape and join it with the parts that are working, you would say.
But you see, the problem is that we talked about the need to have leadership that legislates, implements, and oversights. The problem is that at the moment, this administration, all that rests to the executive. The executive legislates, oversights, and implements. And not just the executive. The president is the one who legislates, implements, and oversights. So when the minister comes there and speaks, and you're asking why is the president not speaking? The president is speaking. The minister cannot make any statement that does not have the approval, the backing of the president. When the dons for the university go for 49 days, and you're asking, how can the president be quiet for 49 days? And yet we're seeing him doing many other things in those 49 days. It just means that it's not a priority for him, because if you know that you're going to seek a solution anyway, why wait for 49 days? Yet you can wait for 2 days or 3 days. So I think the biggest problem is actually political will. The lack of political will and the lack of leaders who can actually speak out. Leaders in the National Assembly, that's their role. They're supposed to be the ones speaking out, not us. Us, we're just informing, giving them content and material and to understand what the public is saying. But they're the ones who are supposed to be speaking out. They're elected to legislate and oversight. They're the ones who've allowed the executive to take over the running of the parliament. And meaning that they can't, they've been completely muzzled.
The question is, when you talk about parliament has been completely muzzled, I just don't get it. Because these are individuals with their heads, man, with their brains, and ought to think for themselves. Because by the time you're running to be a member of National Assembly, you know exactly what you ought to do. That house is independent. On paper, let's say it's independent. But one would hope that the leadership that we have understand critically what their role is, and they're able to work for the Mwananchi. Because Parliament exists because of the people of Kenya. 55 million people of us give legitimacy to that house that is Parliament, give legitimacy to that president. It is us, members of Parliament, president, everybody enjoys delegated responsibility, as it would be. But by the time we hear that the president enjoys a supermajority, Parliament is muzzled, I reckon that house has allowed itself to be muzzled. It is not a question of the president has authority over them. Maybe it's because they have their own issues, the president, and the president can cover the belt. But that house, as it were, has allowed itself not to be independent, Aseto.
Just so quick on that, because you see, the independence, I think, is a term, it's a phrase that we can use. But the reality is that the people in Parliament are there for this term, but they also want to be there next term. So you have to toe the party line. You cannot be, unless you are an independent candidate, you have to toe the party line. So if your party has already aligned with the president on a certain matter, you cannot come out with a different position. Look at from the speaker. How do you elect the speaker? You elect the speaker by the parties coming together. The ruling party came and said, this guy is our friend. He was in a Kenya Kwanza alliance like Nyakera, but we want him to be the speaker. And so everybody told. So for him to be made speaker, he's been made. It's very clear for him that he has to push the agenda of the executive. Then you have the leader of majority. The leader of majority push government business, and whoever is not towing the line, here is a budget. Ensure you sort them out, and then they do as government says. So the issue of, and then someone is so the issue of independence does not arise.
I still ask the question. I still ask the question. With all that you've said, government business in the structure, right? So we have the majority pushing government business. So we have the National Assembly Speaker, a party leader,
the House Business
Committee, and all that. But at the core of it all, do you leave your brain at home? That you say you have to toe the party line. Doesn't the Mwananchi matter? The person who voted for you, put you there to work for them. Don't they matter? Or
it's not about the brain, it's the stomach.
That's partly correct. And you see that we have given a lot of power to our legislative houses, and we have muzzled the space for the citizen to take back this power, so that the recall clause has failed to work. Article 1 of the Constitution no longer works because actually it doesn't work because it's been made so difficult, it's been made so hard for the citizen, and it's therefore an excuse for those who are in that house. Remember, it is the same legislators will have to legislate over the recall clause. And IEBC, I think some within the former term told us that the challenges of that particular clause. But moving forward, we have to push for a review of the recall clause, so that for people who would wish to look at their stomachs as opposed to the interests of the citizens, they can actually be recalled. And so as part of the reforms that we have to push for in this electoral cycle, beyond the campaign financing, the same people have refused to enact it, We also have to bring in the recall clause of our constitution, so that citizens are given that opportunity to recoup back the sovereignty. That if it is not working for us, we can be able to recall you. That way, we are able to exercise checks and balances for those who exercise oversight, like our legislators. But I agree with you, Dennis, because when you're elected, and we know the campaigning processes and terminologies, the narratives in this country. Nitafanya, mukinipatia, nitahakikisha, no, tumetenda, nini.
Nasahau.
All these things, Ultimately, when we have gained that trust and confidence in you, why do you want to go and sell us out, honestly? Okay, there is a bill that is so bad and you think it is so bad. Why don't you come out and say, as Kevin Osido, member for Arieda, for example, I will not vote for this because of 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we see what the president can do. Whether he says, I will not take roads to your constituency, so be it. Whether he says, I will not give you 500 million for your monthly whatever, so be it. But the citizens will actually be able to underscore that Osido came up and told us precisely, because it's quite shocking and shameful that a house of honor, an august house like the National Assembly, sometimes we are told, they passed bills because they got 3,000 shillings. Of course, it's a lot of money to someone, but to you as an MP, honestly, for you to sell the soul of the country, I think those are not very progressive leadership principles. They go against our constitution and indeed even the principle of separation of powers. I think that governance institutions, particularly the presidency, should be able to allow the legislature to do their work. Use the infrastructure available, the institutions available, because already the House Business Committee has majority leaders, minority leaders. You have the Speaker's panel, you have the Speaker himself seated there. You're able to negotiate, without necessarily disenfranchising the highest interest of the populace. Yes.
You speak of separation of powers, and the autonomy of our institutions has overly been compromised. I think this is one of the parliaments that has been rendered as incompetent, by the right of their conduct. And even the president came out the other day to say these people, they have become rent seekers. So you begin to wonder if the president himself is aware of that. Is that a complaint against that which has not worked for him? And the bills that have worked for him against the will of the Kenyans, could he have practiced the same mechanism to influence? It begs for that question. Because sometimes what is good for the goose should be good for the gander. The other part I feel inclined to really question is that the political parties that get people into office most of them are not ideological. They are more an embodiment of the party leader. Like we were talking about the later Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. He came out and he stood for something, the civic space. He has really fought for the democratic space that we're enjoying today. And he built a following. Hence, you are saying he had a lot of less to do in terms of facilitation, financing, and in terms of logistics. But the current crop of political parties that we are seeing emerging, because we must have an election in 2027, if not before. But we must go to the ballot, and the people must vote. We need political instruments, and one of those is the political parties. There are no resounding ideologies yet that the people are able to subscribe to, either as aspirants or the electorate, beyond changing the regime. Because if we did, then we would say, perhaps, you got into office as an MP, you got into office as a governor, and these were the premises that we elected you on based on our party. We are Democrats, we are this, we are that. The bill that is on the floor of the parliament, whether the county or national, is not commensurate with what we as a party stand for. So go and vote no. You would have a backing of the people. We are not there yet, but is there hope for us as we approach 2027?
You have a party person here.
I think I would want to believe that change, when you have a regime that has completely disenfranchised Kenyans, that has completely deprioritized key issues for Kenyans, then changing that regime becomes the biggest agenda for any political party or any political movement. When, first, I'm very happy with what is happening now, because the middle class is getting unsettled. The middle class, which have, first of all, seen their pay slips being tampered with. And now when they hear the president talk about issues of electricity, and that we need to build more power stations, they see their pay slip is now targeted. They're seeing another levy, 0.5% electricity levy coming to their pay. So then when the middle class are spending their Saturdays in the garage because their vehicles, the whole week they've been using bad roads, when they're
Rhino charge,
going to work, when the Saturdays is for water bowsers to come to your house to fill up the water tanks, then things are failing, and that's actually why you're seeing people resonate around. We want a new regime, we want new administration, and for us in the new in the opposition, we are not even coming out to say we'll do this and this and that. Yes, we know all those things that are supposed to have been done. We have the manifesto. Even we were in the Kenya Kwanza administration. We were in the government. We created the manifesto. But we can see that actually out of the about 260 promises that were made, only about 16 have been fulfilled. 3 years, going into 4 years of the election, 16 out of about 260. That tells you that change has to come.
It's good that we're talking about manifestos, promises, and all that. You want to be Nairobi governor. Let's just throw you into the deep end, right? And Nairobi today, the previous guest that we have say Nairobi is a filth. Wherever you go, it is a filth. It is not fit to be a capital city. I'm just quoting verbatim. That Nairobi is a sad place to be in, spending your weekends in garage, right? You walk everywhere, sewers have burst, garbage all the way to the road. There's a guest here, there's a listener here who's asking you a question on garbage collection and dealing with that problem. How do you deal with it? Because it seems to be a problem. If you go back to the first governor, Nairobi Kidero, up to now it's still a problem. A comprehensive approach in dealing with this problem. How would you go about it?
We saw the president about 2-3 weeks ago talking about that Nairobi is a filthy city. And the sad part and the reality is that Nairobi is the seat of the national government.
He lives in Nairobi.
He lives in Nairobi. When he's holding delegates, he has delegates, they are coming to Nairobi. When anybody wants to tour Kenya, they start in Nairobi. So it means that it should be a priority, ensuring that we clean up our streets, we clean up our city. And it's not just the city, the streets. Go to the marketplaces. Yeah, the business people in the market actually operating right in front of huge heaps. In Marikiti, there is a Mount Sakaja. Yeah, it's a huge pile of trash. Yeah. And it's an eyesore. Yeah, the people working there have to see it, and the people coming there to buy there. You can imagine coming to buy your tomatoes. Yeah, next to Mount Sakaja. Yeah, so the garbage issue, the person who almost attempted, it was Kidero back in the I believe around 2014. There was a proposal for a PPP, which had been fairly advanced with the Chinese government, and it was killed at a point where people could not agree on how much cut each one is getting.
Yamacho.
From there, during Sonko's administration, it was reawakened. I remember it was, and again, I remember there's a delegation that went to Dubai and did not agree. So essentially, we all know the solution. What the solution will be. I've been to Berlin, and it's one of the cities that I really like when I think about how the garbage issue is treated. And the garbage issue starts at the household levels. The estate, at the estate, because at that point you are able to have CBOs that are registered, that are able to actually segregate these wastes. There are bottles, there are cardboards, there is food waste and all that. And why, for me, I'd want to start at that level is because it creates opportunities. It creates jobs. And also because not everything needs to go to the dump site at that point. There are many companies that do recycling of bottles, and they are willing and ready to pay for those bottles. And so we just have to have a proper system all the way from the household, in terms of how that garbage is collected. And if you look at the current administration, the reason why garbage is not being collected is because the people collecting garbage are not getting paid, and the people getting paid are the ones who are not collecting garbage. They are the people, they are protecting the governor's interest at State House. So he has to feel protected. So those people are paid the money that the other transporters should be paid. Then when you go to the dump site, garbage is wealth. Actually, that garbage can actually be converted to very many things, including power. And that is actually what, since it's something over 15 years has been anticipated, has been talked about, it's just about implementation. And PPP is the way to go.
Aseto, County Governance Watch. Is this something that as a county can be achieved? Are these aspirations that we have in terms of having a cleaner Nairobi, a cleaner country, are these things that can be achieved? And if they can be, why are we not there yet?
Let me start from why we are not there yet. And I was hoping that, quote unquote, the clean PS would tell us that he would just crack the cartelic system. Because whether you do those organized community resident, it's being done. Like where I live, it is the people who live there who organize, and they will always bring you black paper bags or green paper bags, and they come, the boys come, they pick and they go. But how come that trash still finds its legs at the Mount Sakaja? It means that there is something that is not being done. So what we must do, in my view, is to deal with the cartels. The people that Bwana Nyakera says went to Dubai didn't agree. The people that messed up Governor Kidero, Governor Sonko, these people are known. Wanajuana, and even if you look at some of the lorries, they are written so and so, PO Box so and so. They even have phone numbers. These people are known. So why is it that we cannot deal with the cartels that mess up the solid waste management system? Nairobi County has a very good program on paper. the green, I think it's called the Green Nairobi Limited, very robust, nicely designed, properly thought out. But you don't get anything good out of it with a heavy budget of almost 1.2 billion shillings, an annual budget on solid waste management out of what Nairobi gets, What I think, Dennis, is that the leadership has not probably thought through this properly from basically the value chain. That even from trash, you can create jobs.
Jobs, yes.
That from trash, you can create power, From trash, you can be able to get something meaningful out of it. And so I like the PPP aspect. A number of counties, while we were in Homa Bay for the devolution conference, we actually had a public-private partnership company that came all the way from Ghana to come and showcase what they are doing. And they said they've already identified about 6 counties, including Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, etc., that they are working with. And they were able to share, basically show things which I think Kenya can be able to do, So it is a leadership problem that I think people who suffer this kind of mess, like the citizens, therefore the voters, need to also put the leadership to task and ask them, how will you be able to deal with the solid waste management in Nairobi?
And I think that is a better place and a good place to end up in terms of finding solutions to what problems are there. Irungu Nyakera, former PS Planning and the Nairobi DCP patron, karibu sana, and asante sana for that. And Kevin Osida, Executive Director, County Governance Watch, just looking at how the week has been, as well as looking for solutions where problems do exist. Conversations that must continue at exactly 9 a.m. Good morning.
Thank you.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Spice up your life.
It is now 9 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Insurance and investment made simple for people like you, courtesy of ICEA Lion.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Education CS Julius Ogamba has reiterated that boarding fees for public senior secondary schools have not been increased. It comes a day after the ministry dismissed as false reports suggesting that the fees would rise to over 53,000 shillings from January 2026 and that some schools had already implemented the changes. Speaking in Machakos, where he witnessed the opening of the examination container this morning, Ogamba insisted that school fees remains unchanged.
The structure of the fees has not changed. The amount of capitation has also not changed. We are paying 1,500 for primary, 15,000 for junior school, and 22,240 for senior school or for secondary schools. So that fee has not changed. That was a misunderstanding of the guidelines because they did not refer to the second part of what was in that particular guideline because it referred to the Kenya Gazette of 2015, which is currently in operation.
Ogamba also announced that at least 22 individuals have been arrested in connection with examination malpractices involving 19 cases in the ongoing KCSE exams.
While the overwhelming majority of the examination centers have maintained exemplary standards, including the Machakos County, 19 isolated cases of suspected malpractice have been formally recorded across Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Eastern regions that have been reported to me as at the 6th of November 2025. These incidents primarily involve the misuse of electronic devices, unauthorized materials, early exposure, and impersonation.
Ogamba further said besides the arrests, authorities have seized mobile phones and replaced center managers, supervisors, and invigilators in schools where the cases have been reported. The Socio-Economic Development and Human Rights Alliance, or SEDRA, is threatening to sue Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya if his administration fails to clear pending bills owed to contractors and suppliers. It comes a week after the contractors and suppliers claimed that the county now owes them 800 million shillings since the inception of devolution. SEDRA Director Samuel Kiboi claims that Governor Natembeya has been diverting funds meant to clear the pending bills to other projects.
Alipochukua hatamu ya uongozi alipata pending bills ikiwa around 900 million. Sasa hivi tunapoongea tuko na 2.2 billion pending bill. Hatuwezi kutumia pesa ya county kama hata lipa. We are going to take him personally in court. Who have failed to pay these people. Kwa sababu Nairobi ilitoa pesa, LPOs were ended, lakini yeye anakuja hapa na taivata pesa. So hatutakubali hiyo. Tutashitaki nyewe as a person na tuuze mali yake ili ilipe watu wengine. We can't lead our people in poverty. How will they prosper?
Kiboi has called on Natembeya to clear the pending bills, noting that the suppliers and contractors are grappling with severe financial strain.
Pending bills imeathiri sana uchumi ya Trans Nzoia kwa maana watu wengi ambao wamekuwa na kandarasi walikuwa wameandika watu wengi, walikuwa na biashara zao, biashara zimefungwa, waliokuwa na hardwares waliyafunga kwa sababu walienda wakikopesha kutoka katika hardwares, simiti, misumari, mabati ikijengea county vitu yao.
In Tanzania, many Kenyans, mostly teachers in private schools, are reportedly fleeing the country after the government warned employers to stop engaging services of people without work permits. Majority voluntarily left after police vowed tough action against employers and landlords hosting foreigners without proper documentation in Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Mbeya, Mwanza, and Songwe, among other towns. Police have asked Tanzanians to report any foreigners who may be working in the country legally or whose permits have expired. Once arrested in Tanzania, such foreigners are normally detained for 3 months in police custody and thereafter deported. Peru's Congress has voted to declare Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum as persona non grata or unwelcome in the country. The decision comes days after Peru severed diplomatic ties with Mexico after the Mexican government granted asylum to a former Peruvian prime minister facing charges for a 2022 coup attempt. Betsy Chavez denies allegations that she played a role in ousted Peruvian President Pedro Castillo's plan to dissolve Congress. She has taken refuge in the Mexican embassy in Lima. Mexico says it has offered Chavez asylum in accordance with international law and rejected Peru's accusation that it was an unfriendly act. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past.
If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of...
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. We are on the last hour at 9 a.m. and here we'll be having a conversation on Beyond Letters, the untold story of dyslexia. We shall be just having a conversation on what is dyslexia, how do we go about it, how do we deal with it. You know, we will be taking that in a few, but before we get to that conversation, you know, whenever we talk about life, life comes with plan, and how you plan is really critical. Now, life comes in stages, and your first job, your first investment, maybe even your first child, and then one day you're thinking about retirement and the kind of legacy you want to leave behind, because in life there is legacy. How are you passing that to the next generation? Now, wherever you are in life, ICA Lion has a plan for you, from saving in a money market fund to securing your family's future with insurance. Now, because planning ahead isn't just for some, or is it for everyone? It is for everyone, one would argue. ICA Lion is helping you protect, grow, and plan for life's every stage. Planning for life's every stage. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. And that is just the bottom line. So be sure to get yourself a plan with ICEA Lion. And we got to the conversation on dyslexia. In studio with me, Esther Mushiri Wamai, who is the founder and CEO of Bloom Dyslexia Center and a dyslexia specialist, assessor, and a literary advocate, as well as George Njenga, who is a parent to a teenager with dyslexia. Karibuni sana. We get straight into this conversation, but before that, let's give you guys some work. You know, you're sitting on the hot seat, and there we start with giving people work to do. We are in Mauritania today, a country that is rich in minerals. Mining is big in the country, so we talk about iron ore, we talk about gold, we talk about oil. They also do a lot of fishing, and with all these resources, the country continues to push forward. It is rated as being one of the poorest countries in the continent, despite the resources, and one would hope that with these and what other jurisdictions are doing with these resources, they would be able to catch up, and like we say, perhaps they have a plan and the future looks bright. But our proverb today, patience is key to relief. Patience is key to relief. Ladies, go first. How would you interpret that?
Well, patience is key to
relief.
Yes, I think my interpretation to that is that for you to achieve something, you've got to be very patient, because it's not always that things will come with our speed or the pace that we'd want them to come with. And therefore, I think Even the Kiswahili saying says, muvumilivu. Yes. Yes.
Mwenda pole
hajikwai. Yes.
Uvuta heri.
Uvuta heri.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
How would you interpret it?
I would look at it by starting saying that patience is a virtue. With patience, you are most likely to get to where you intended to be, because with patience you learn and understand, and definitely you'll get to achieve your goals. Yes.
Yeah, just going through the motions, one would say, you know. But let's get straight into the conversation. Dyslexia, big word. A lot of people, a lot of populace do not understand what this is all about. So we just start from a point of knowing, a point of defining what dyslexia is.
Okay, very well. Yes, dyslexia is a big word, and it's a big word because it's actually not an English word. It has its origin from the Greek language, and so it's a word that is made up of two parts, dys and lexia. So probably we can start by unpacking what those two words mean. So dys, when you hear of dys, dys, it means lack of ability, and then lexia means language. So when we combine the two, we are saying dyslexia is lack of ability with language. But now, maybe just to explain it further for our listeners to understand, dyslexia is a language-based disorder, and it affects the way the brain processes written language or written information. And in layman's term, we say dyslexia is a reading disability, because the hallmark of dyslexia is significant struggle in learning to read. English or any other language has a system, and you've got to follow the system, how the language is learned to be able to learn. So English has a code, has a code, or rather language is a code. And the English code is the letters of the alphabet, the 26 letters of the alphabet. And so when you begin to learn the language, you've got to learn the code, to decode the code or to crack the code. And so the 26 letters of the alphabet make sounds, but those sounds don't translate into 26 letters. So actually the sounds are more. They're 44. So we've got 18 extra sounds that you've got to learn because of letter combinations, the digraphs, the ch, the sh, the v, then the vowel, also combinations also give us sounds. And so that's where learning language, and not just English, any phonetic language starts. And so if you look at kids when they go to school in kindergarten, that's all they're learning. These days, parents says, we don't understand what is happening. Kids are learning abu kudu.
Abu kudu, yes.
Those are the sounds. Because now they are being taught something called science of reading, literacy, structured literacy, so that you're teaching language systematically and explicitly for children to learn and crack the code. However, when it comes to dyslexia, that process is not very automatic because the reading brain, or the parts and the regions of the brain that are involved in learning, we say there is some miswiring or a glitch. Therefore, that process of processing letters into sounds is not automatic or smooth, and therefore it impairs language development.
So when you talk about the glitch that you have in parts of the brain that makes it difficult for a child to read, does not measure their level of intelligence.
Absolutely.
So that means with proper guidance, with assistance, this child is able to just perform even at times better than the rest.
Absolutely. Because fortunately, dyslexia is not a mark of intelligence. If anything, dyslexics have between average to above average intelligence. They are brilliant, smart people. And let's not just talk about kids, because we even have adults who are dyslexic. So these are brilliant, smart people, and that's why dyslexia is very, very, very confusing. Because ordinarily, you will expect somebody who is not able to read, write, spell, or understand the written language could be showing other
other forms of probably some cognitive impairment. But for dyslexia, that's not the case.
Not the case.
Yes, so they're brilliant, they're smart, and therefore with the right interventions, and that's why we are talking of science of reading, that they've got to be taught the language in a very explicit way. So if you take time, the patients that we are talking about, and you teach them at their pace, and of course target the areas of the brain that have difficulties learning, they thrive, they succeed. Yes.
And I'll follow up to that brilliant description of what the condition is of dyslexia.
Yes.
For one now to be termed as a patient or a person living with dyslexia.
Yes.
What are the assessment parameters for it to be a clinical condition whereby then I'll need help?
Yes.
What are the what qualifies one to be a person living with dyslexia? Because we have people who stammer.
Yes.
We have people who stutter.
Yes.
But it's not a clinical yet condition yet.
Mm.
So where do you draw the line? That this is clinical, needs therapy, needs intervention?
Good question.
Right.
Yeah, so I think it starts right at the early age, and maybe that's why most of our focus will be with children, because dyslexia can be identified as early as 4 years, 5 years, that is formally through a screening process. However, even before the school-going age, a child is already showing some telltale signs of dyslexia, and especially in the oral language where they are mispronouncing words. So, for example, if it's the word animal, the child say aminal. So that language variations start becoming evident. Then at that age, children are rote learning. So they will be saying the letters of the alphabet, they will be saying the sounds, and again, they will be singing nursery rhymes. But if you see a child struggling with those nursery rhymes because they have a lot of rhyming, so there's some mispronunciation of words, that's already a red flag. But once they go to school and the literacy instruction begins, as I've explained, the letters and the sounds, and the child has that struggle in learning, in recognition, identification of sounds, and beginning to blend those sounds to form even very simple 3-letter words like cat, dad, mad. So already that's a telltale sign. Then if that persists, because we also have kids who are late bloomers, so they may have a lag or a delay in learning, but at some point, grade 1, grade 2, they catch up. But if this is persistent, up to around grade 2, grade 3. So that already calls for an assessment. So once the assessment comes, it's a process, because we take the history from the parent, the background information, and as we are doing that, there are things we are trying to eliminate, because if, for instance, a child has issues with vision, that could also affect learning. So if we rule out there's no vision problem, there's no hearing problem, there's no intellectual challenge, that is a child with above average to above average IQ, but they're still struggling with learning, then that child becomes eligible for a full evaluation.
Welcome.
So, George, we now walk in. You are a parent to a child living with dyslexia. And with that, then, based off what you've been told, there is a question of, as a parent, when did it hit you that perhaps my child is having a difficulty and perhaps I need professional help? How did it hit you that there is a problem and it's about time I sought for this assistance? Because many just assume that, my baby is a late bloomer and it's normal because the aunt to my grandmother told me that. Yes. So when did it hit you?
Now, I'll go back to when she started talking. She really took it up very fast, speaking. By age 1.5, she was speaking fluently, and I was like, this is brilliant. I mean, other children could not talk. Now the issue came up when we went to school, kindergarten. That time we were living in Mombasa, and the first time we were good. The first time we were good because they were just singing and perhaps writing simple, sounds here and there. And it looks okay. The teachers were impressed because she could speak very fluent English, very fluent Swahili. But now comes to reading and writing. That's where we started having problems, because she would come home with an assignment, and from around 4 to around 10, we haven't still finished. She cannot write. After reading, even when you try to read out for her this sound boo, after she goes to the toilet and back, kaput. She cannot recall anything like that. So we're like, fine, maybe it's just the process of learning. So we give it time. The second term, we go to school, and also the teacher was not understanding, because this girl is brilliant. She's brilliant, but we don't understand why she cannot write like the others. The others are already writing up to number 10. We are still only able to write 0 and 1 because it's a stick. Yeah, only those 2. Letters, bado. So now there it started, where are we exactly? And again, they were insisting we are not going to grade these children, because that's not our way. We are going to look at each child and see how we go about it. Because when we start saying that this is number 1, this is number last, again, it's a little bit discouraging. Now, when we got to the third term, that's when it hit, because you compare my daughter's book and a book from another child, and I'm like, are they in the same class? She talks brilliantly, she gives stories brilliantly, but I don't understand what is happening in the books and reading and writing. So that's when now it hits, because now the teacher started saying perhaps she needs to repeat. And I was like, personally, I repeated kindergarten, and that's one thing I don't want to do. It comes with a lot of stigma and that kind of a thing. So we were like, let us look for a better school. That's what comes up to our mind, because I also had not heard of dyslexia. So we went and got another school that was much more accommodative, a different system. But still, there were also, that's where one of the teachers highlighted, we think she has some delayed milestones, not even dyslexia. So this is the second school. So what we need to do, we need to have her assessed. So we go and look for an assessor, a Ministry of Education assessor. And she's like, what are you worried about? Just delayed milestone. It's very prevalent here in Mombasa. Tulieni.
Mambo itakuwa shwari.
She'll overcome it. Yeah. But then it didn't go away. Again, we had to look for another school now where she had to be attended to on one-on-one. One teacher, one student for 2 years for her to catch up. So that's when now this term started, coming up. Someone says, don't label her, but I think this is dyslexia. In fact, a number of times, we don't like labeling children, but I think this is dyslexia, where I think it's a bit of a problem, because I would rather know what my problem is, and I know how to deal with it, than hiding that it will just go away. So that's how we identified it. And of course, assessment came quite later, because you see, everyone was like, these are delayed milestones, these are what. We had an assessment way later, when she was almost sitting for her class 8.
Wow.
Because we needed those accommodations and extra time. Yeah, so when we relocated to Nairobi around 2020, that's when we went to Kise for an assessment.
Yeah. So we talk about dyslexia, and it's not just a single type. There are different types of dyslexia. Break them down for us, as well as you would find someone would label it as autism. What's the difference? Because one would say, that child is autistic, instead of dyslexia. And this mostly happens because someone has not gone for assessment to know what exactly they're dealing with. So 2 questions: types of dyslexia and difference with autism, and importance of coming for assessment.
Okay, very good. Yes, so dyslexia, you're right, it presents differently. So we've got types of dyslexia. The most common type of dyslexia is called phonological dyslexia. That's the most common and the most
prevalent type of dyslexia. Where so phonological, again, we go back to the letters and sounds.
Yeah.
So phonology is from phonics. Yes, the phonetics, the sounds. So for those people who struggle with phonology, the understanding or relating letters to sounds and how sounds play out in words, that words are made up of sounds. So that's phonological dyslexia. So we also have surface dyslexia, where most of people with surface dyslexia will struggle reading the word as a whole. There's what we call there are two types of reading. So you can either read by sounding out the sounds, which is the most recommended way of reading. Then there are people who look at the whole word and try to figure out the whole word. That's mostly more by memorizing or visualizing. And so that's another type of dyslexia. Then we have the visual dyslexia, where, of course, the visual processing of words, of letters, becomes a challenge. But I must say that the most common is the phonological dyslexia. And even in the other subtypes of dyslexia, you still find that the component of phonological dyslexia will still be at play. Then the other question is the difference between autism and dyslexia. Yes, that's a very, very common misunderstanding among our people. People think the two are synonymous. They are not. They are actually very, very distinct conditions. Maybe the only commonality is that they are both biological condition or neurodevelopmental conditions, so meaning they are brain-based. But since I'd already explained what dyslexia is, maybe I can explain what autism is. So autism is also neurodevelopmental, and it has three characteristics. So there are three domains of a human being that are affected by autism. So the first one is communication. So for most autistic people, they will struggle with communication. And so mostly this is what we call reciprocal communication. So they are autistic people or people with autism who may be nonverbal for the rest of their life. There are those who will have language, the speech language, but again, their communication is impaired in the sense that the reciprocal communication is affected. So you find most of them will not have a typical conversation, where I walk into the studio, hi guys, and we start that conversation. So you find for them conversation is very one-sided. So it's either you prompt them and they talk. And then, of course, some even have something we call selective mutism. So they will decide who to talk to and who not to talk to, and when to talk and when not to talk. So communication is one key area that is affected. So the other domain that is affected is social interaction. So persons with autism are not very good at social skills. And even at a very early age, when children really love interacting and playing together. So if a child with autism walks into a group of children, you will find that they prefer their own company. So rarely will you find them interacting with others. So as they grow, it improves. But again, even for a good number of people, even when they are adults, you will still find that the social interaction is impaired. So including even social cues, understanding social cues, social etiquette. So unless they are trained, those are not things that are naturally acquired in them. Then finally, we have something we call restrictive and repetitive behaviors. Some people call it stereotype behaviors. So you find that they have some behaviors that may look like social awkwardness. And so, for instance, they will not give you eye contact. Most of them, because of sensory issues, they may not like touch. Or there are those that maybe, again, will be on the other side. And then you might see some flapping their hands, or they are rocking, they are spinning. We call those teaming behaviors, and it's a way of the brain self-regulating. Or you find they have a tendency to want things done in a certain way. They're very routine-based. And if you distort that routine, you completely throw them off balance. So there are those behaviors that
may look off, but again, for those of us who understand why they behave that way, it's just a way of trying to find some balance. Yes.
Well, clinically speaking,
yes.
Is there a known cause?
Yes.
To these biological challenges in terms of development? Because you mentioned autism, dyslexia, and it plays out within the spectrum.
Yes.
Is there yet, according to science, a known cause whereby even a parent may be, perhaps today, could be having one child living with dyslexia, but because of the known cause, if there is one, we might be able to prevent the onset of perhaps another sibling from within the same family.
Okay, very well. So we really don't have known causes as of now, but we have what we call risk factors that in some instances may look like causes. So for instance, dyslexia has a genetic basis, highly hereditary. So you will find that if a parent has dyslexia or a sibling has dyslexia, there is a 40 to 60% chance that a parent will bear a child with dyslexia. Maybe George will tell us whether he said he repeated kindergarten, so he'll tell us probably whether there was some predisposition. So there's that genetic predisposition if a parent, a sibling, or a close member of the family. And again, the primary dyslexia that I talked about has a very high genetic predisposition. So that's the genetic factor. We have what we call again biological factors, neurobiological factors, and that is in the structure and the function of the brain. So you find that for dyslexics, the brain structure and there's a variation in the brain structure and function of some of the neurons, the neural circuit that is involved in reading. And again, that's because of the genetic factor. And we don't have one single gene that causes dyslexia. So actually, we talk of probably hundreds or thousands of genes. The most common one, we have one we call CD2. That is the biggest casualty causing dyslexia.
Now, George, building off what Dr. is saying, and when you look at your family of origin, relatives, and of course now your nuclear family, is this something that you could trace, identify with?
Well, since dyslexia is a condition that is on a spectrum, perhaps I can say yes and no. However, when I look at myself and then I look at the traits that I've seen in my daughter, I can pick a few. This one, I saw it somewhere. This one, I heard it somewhere. So I what she's saying could be really true. Of course, a lot of research needs also to be done of the same. But yes, because like for me, I could not be able to write letters when I was in kindergarten. The teacher could write on the blackboard. I would look at it and be sure that I've written
what you have seen.
Yes. But when I look what I've written against my friends, I used to say to a friend of mine, still my friend called Hezron, what he has written, why is mine looking backwards? So the brain is processing and transmitting to the hand something totally different. Then somewhere along the way, someone told me, number 4 is like a seat. Of course it's not, but it made sense to me. And I believe from that time, I started converting everything upside down, and things became easier. Of course, the handwriting, we don't speak about that.
To date,
I learned typing very early because my handwriting, it's not the best.
Technology.
It's the same
Technology.
So with that understanding, did it make it easier for you now as a parent once you got to understand that the child could be having a similar challenge in terms of, because this is purely about learning. It does not impair any other social or personal development. But did it make it easier for you now to journey and walk with her up to where now hopefully she's done and doing well?
Initially, no. Because for us, when we were growing up, dyslexia was...
It wasn't a thing.
Nobody, or rather in Kenya, we didn't know about it. Our parents didn't know about it, so it was like, if you cannot write, you are foolish, you are stupid.
Yes.
So growing up with that kind of stigma, I don't know whether I can say what people are calling. You have some issues, some issues from those ages. I thought maybe initially it was the same till we came across this term dyslexia and started doing some research and trying to find out more and more of what we can find about it. And the moment I could see some of these traits in myself and in her, then it became a bit easier. And also trying to explain to her, because again, even in schools, also the teachers could not understand. The others are doing it, why not you?
Yes.
Maybe she's lazy, maybe she's this. So after doing some research, you also now start educating the teachers also.
To know what it is that they're dealing with. Now, George, so here's a question where, so you see your daughter struggle through school, learning, trying to find solutions. They usually say when you get the first advice, you'll go for a second opinion. Even second opinion again throws you off balance, but you still plan around it so that your daughter gets there. But here's a question where we deal with the other side that is not so great, where now labels are being given to the child, stereotypes. This is not a smart kid. Why are you unable to, and these are things that bring down a child and affect them even into their future. So once you've gone for the assessment now, here is class 8, they've gone through the assessment, albeit a little bit late, but they've gone through it. How does that help her deal with it? How does that assessment help you deal with the issue? And how does that information help the teachers know how to handle her?
Okay. I come from a school of thought whereby if I know what my problem is, I think that problem is almost 50% solved. So knowing what the problem was and explaining to her, you are not lazy, you are not this, you are not that, this is a problem, and perhaps this is the way we are going to handle it, became a little bit easier because she could even be able to advocate for herself. Please, Mwalimu, kindly share the notes later. I'm not able to keep up with the speed, especially now that she's in high school. Dictation is a little bit of a problem. But then understanding her problem, she tries still to do it. Understanding her problem, she tries still to get whatever she'll get. Of course, the spellings are off. Handwriting is not bad like mine. So that's why I think this thing is very much on the spectrum. Her handwriting is super, very nice. But now spellings and of course now reading is where the problem is. So it made work easier for me, myself, my spouse, because now again we started handling her better, because these are children. If you push her a little bit, she will go to the main switch off the whole system. So you won't be doing anything. You don't shout at them. Pole pole at their own pace, and they will learn by mostly doing. Experimental. That's how best they do it, with very limited distractions. In class, you don't keep her near the window. She will just be staring outside. So the moment the teachers understand that, they are better, they're in a position better to handle her, and offer the accommodations that she needs. Again, she cannot be able to perhaps concentrate for so long. So maybe after every 15 minutes, she has to rush to the toilet. Not necessarily to do anything, but for a small break and come back, something like that. Sit in the middle rows of the class, not at the windows. Perhaps be near the teacher in front, so that the teacher can keep reminding her we're in class and stuff like that.
So, Dr. When I hear this from a parent, I ask myself, according to where you sit, from where you sit, is dyslexia characterized as a special need when it comes to our education system? And would you say that our education system is well equipped to provide such facilitation because they need to go through an education system. They need to learn, just because the examination still they don't get a specialized examination. So how do you feel is the collaboration, or rather the integration of the requirements of the special needs and the provision of education system, looking at the general population, because you could say some private schools could be well organized. Some of them even have therapists on site. But largely, public schools, what's your take on how it is being managed?
Yes.
Among other special needs as well.
Sure. Yeah, so as you say, dyslexia is actually categorized as a learning disability. So it's a school problem. It's an education problem. Therefore, the interventions are largely have to be implemented in the school system. And so it falls under the category of eligibility for special education. But that does not mean that kids with dyslexia have to be confined in a special school. On the contrary, we talk of inclusive education because, as we say, these are brilliant kids. All other areas are okay. It's just the learning problem. Therefore, these are children who need to be mainstreamed. They need to be in our regular schools, but with learning support. But unfortunately, as George has rightly put it, I think as I'm listening to him, I think he's a bit fortunate because the school seems to be quite accommodative, even if probably they are not doing much, but the empathy, the compassion, and a few accommodations here and there. But again, I keep saying that's not sustainable. Goodwill is not sustainable because it's more of goodwill, but I can tell you, probably when it comes to the capacity of teachers on how to support, that is lacking. So we have several gaps in our education system as far as supporting kids with learning disabilities is concerned. And one of the glaring gap is in our teacher training curriculum. Because you will be surprised that I trained as a teacher, English literature. We are saying dyslexia is a language-based learning disability, but in my entire training curriculum, there was no mention of dyslexia. I was going to be teaching kids who probably have dyslexia, but I have no clue. So, and it actually happened when I went to practice, it happened. I'm in high school, but you have kids who are still struggling to read, who are still struggling to spell, comprehend, and you're like, man, how did you get to high school?
Yeah.
But if at least somebody had told me that you will find these kids, because yes, somehow they will still transition to high school, but they have dyslexia. So teachers have no clue. They have no idea about, and especially the neurodevelopmental issues, because we have dyslexia, we have dyscalculia, that is a maths problem. We have dysgraphia. George is talking about the spelling and the writing, and the ADHD, and all this spectrum are in class, but those kids are in the hands of teachers who are not well equipped. So if they have no awareness what dyslexia is, definitely they have no capacity on how to handle. And some of those accommodations that George are talking about, they are simple things, but they mean a lot to a child with dyslexia. So I think as a country, we are still not doing very well as far as that is concerned. And one of our push is that if we could incorporate dyslexia in the teaching curriculum and all these other neurodevelopmental disabilities, so that these children can be handled by teachers who understand, and again, so that, because we still have a few dyslexic kids who are ending up in special school, and again, when they go there, they are misplaced. When they're in the regular schools, they are not getting the help. Yes.
So, Esther, you talk about the education curriculum and interface pretty much, and what needs to be done.
Yes.
So here's a question where do we have, by any chance, do you have numbers of any research of how many kids we could be talking about?
Yes. So globally, the World Health Organization has statistics that 1 in 5 people have dyslexia. So we are talking about 20% of the population. So as a country, we have no data on how many children are dyslexic or even autistic. But maybe just going by those the global statistics, and we talk of 20% of our population, then we are talking of a huge number, because that's almost over 6 million or over 5 million.
And just based on those numbers alone that you're talking about, one would have looked at it from a point of, this is where we are as a country. We look at our curriculum. We equip our teachers. That even in terms of what one would call the structure of study, once you realize that this student has a problem, there is a different approach on how you train them, on how you teach them. That talks of a policy change in the education sector. That talks of investment into equipment that would help these children be able to learn better. That means investing into teacher training to be able to have teachers who are ready to handle the larger stratosphere of students. But you're not doing that. So then the next question is, as a parent to a child with dyslexia, as a stakeholder in this space, how do we then solve this problem? Because we would sit here talk about it, right? But if we don't push towards finding a solution, more children will continue being misplaced. More teachers will keep on graduating, but not impacting that knowledge to these children. So how do we go about it?
Well, we are already on that journey. In August, we convened the first ever dyslexia conference, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. And I think we did something profound to ensure that government was involved in our conference. So we had 4 government agencies. From the Ministry of Education, we had the Directorate of Special Education represented. We had Kenya Institute of Special Education. We had KICD, the curriculum developers. We had NEC, the Kenya National Examination Council. And we also had the National Gender and Equality Commission. So they were actually more than 4, I think around 6 agencies. And it was a 2-day conference, and it was a information-packed conference. We had lived experiences from parents, from adults who live with dyslexia, from children. And at the end of the conference, we had an action plan on what needs to be done. And some of these recommendations that we are talking about, including teacher training, how do we also equip our schools? Because like for dyslexics, George has talked about typing, so technology, assistive technology is a lifeline for these kids. So we have given all those recommendations. We'll be launching that report, hopefully 3rd of December, during the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. And we are working, we also had the Office of the Government Spokesman represented. And so we are hoping we will move from awareness to acceptance to action. Yes. And we are very, very intentional.
Yes. So George, I want to look at, you said you learned how to type early.
Yes.
Right? At that point, because writing was a problem. So is a position where you came out first with a model around it. So R4 was like a seat, finding solution that would help you do it better. But then there is the technology aspect of it that needs to be introduced. So I'm just asking now for your daughter, with phones here, with the computers here. If you compare her being able to type using these machines and everything, is she performing? Is she better at it? And if that's the case, then how critical is introduction of technology as part of the solution that does exist?
Technology is critical for these kind of learners, because for her, we have had to get computers that will enable her to that will read for her, and she can be able to understand better instead of her spending a whole hour trying to read one paragraph. So the system will read for her or rather she will feed the system with whatever she wants read, part of the book, and it will read for her, and she's good. So I believe it's more of instead of asking what is wrong with these people, we start looking at it from a point of view of how can we help them? Because I remember sometimes back, the Ministry of Education had, some years back, they were talking of how students who are sitting for class 8, a good percentage could not do basic arithmetic of maybe grade 3, grade 4. And I think if we could have been more proactive, perhaps we would have had a question for a research. Why is it so?
Why is it the case,
Why is this so? Then perhaps we would be miles ahead now. Yeah, because we try to understand why are these students not able to read, because they were saying a good percentage could not read, could not do basic arithmetics, but it was just a report, and that was it.
Ended there. So now, Dr. we look at because children are being born every day. We are raising kids, and these challenges may continue to be prevalent. So if one notices, like George did, that a child is having some milestone challenges, and perhaps it's borderline dyslexia, you're saying, what kind of a therapist do you look for? Because again, there is a prevalence, in my opinion, of misdiagnosis. George said he was told pole. These are delayed milestone, they are going to catch up. And perhaps an intervention would have been done earlier. So what kind of a therapist should one be looking for our listeners who may be having a similar case at home, to have a proper screening, assessment, and diagnosis? And then, where are you to be found?
Okay, yes. Yeah, I think that's very, very critical. And probably one of the reasons why I see parents delaying interventions, including the assessment, is, of course, we have all these advice. It could be a delayed milestone. But again, I've also seen this tendency to pathologize dyslexia. Dyslexia is not a disease. So there's a lot of stigma around it that maybe make parents shy away from an assessment. And so therefore, for anybody who suspect that their children are struggling in learning, and as we say, the struggle is persistent and consistent, it is important that they seek for assessment from a specialist and somebody who understands dyslexia, because you're right, there's again tendency for misdiagnosis. So if it's for the government facilities, we have Kenya Institute of Special Education. They do screening, not comprehensive assessment. But again, the screening is still good enough, because it can lead you to the placement. Placement, and also maybe recommendation for further evaluation. Then the other people who assess are private educational psychologists. Those ones are qualified to assess for dyslexia, or specialist assessors like us. But again, I would urge our parents, just do your due diligence. It's good to understand, because you find that parents sometimes go to the wrong people, so they end up with a misdiagnosis, or they don't get the right recommendations for the right interventions.
Someone is asking where they can find you.
Okay, great. Yes. So we are located on Thika Road, behind Safari Park Hotel, but very close to USIU University. So like 100 meters ahead from USIU, there's a school called Mountain View School. So if you come through the Mountain View gate, our offices are in there.
And they're called?
Pardon?
The name of the...
Oh, we are called Bloom Dyslexia Center. Bloom Dyslexia. I don't know, do we give a number?
Yes.
Okay, great.
You could help a person.
Yes. So we have our socials, Bloom Dyslexia Center. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. You can visit our website, or you can reach us on 0722 396035. Yes.
So, George, I want us to look at the education structure as we just close down, in terms of being accommodative, and we just look at it even further in terms of the stereotypes that do exist, to the investment that needs to be done. how should the government address this? And to those parents that are also just tough on their children because they don't understand the condition, to their friends who keep on calling their fellow, who call their friends stupid, you know, ayuko poor class, you know. So how do we go about in terms of let parents understand what is happening, the government equally to come on board, and for parents to be loving and extend grace. Speak to parents who live with children living with the dyslexia.
No, I'll start with the parents. As Esa has said, the moment you realize there are those, indications that your child may be having some of these conditions or learning differences, it's good to take action from that point, so that they are assessed. And also so that you can know what exactly you are dealing with. Then empathy is of essence. You have to be very empathetic with them because, again, if you are not, their self-esteem can really drop. For my daughter, we really had to be very intentional and purposeful towards ensuring that her self-esteem, is up there, irrespective of whether she can read or what she can do. We support her fully. Cooking, she loves it. We support her fully. Get the spices, get whatever she needs. Let her do it. Singing, support her. If it's talking, storytelling, they happen to be very good storytellers. Let her do it. So basically support and a lot of empathy. Don't compare. Don't compare that child with any other child. He or she is just special in her own ways, or his or her own ways. Then coming to the government, I think it's a high time now we start collecting data so that, of course, the government will just not work on a story. They will need data. So maybe funding for data collection so that we know what are we dealing with exactly, what interventions do we need to have, technology in what needs to be, do we need to invest in, and that kind of a thing. Because it's quite a problem. I know of so many people after class 8 they just drop out of school because wameambiwa even going to high school won't help you, and they end up being something because someone who is doing welding but he's the best in that industry. Another one can do tiles very well. Another one can sing and all that kind of a thing.
You know, first of all, I want to say thank you for an amazing job you're doing with your daughter. We send love. So when you go home, tell her that the entire Situation Room sends love. And we love and appreciate what is happening, including to you, Esther Mushiri Wamai, dyslexia specialist and assessor, founder Bloom Dyslexia Center, and George Njenga, who is a parent to a teenager with dyslexia, part of the conversation that must continue, and everybody has to come on board. The government, the education ministry, I mean, these are angels that we need to take care of. And together with Josphat, Kamanya, Asante Sana, Dennis Aseto, and of Kenya's biggest conversation for the week. It is exactly 10 a.m. We do this same time next week on Monday. Good morning.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is expected at Mumia Sports Complex in Kakamega County shortly to preside over the official launch of the National Youth Opportunities Toward Advancement or NYOTA program. At least 13,000 youth from the Western region are expected to benefit in the first phase. Each will receive 25,000 shillings. The beneficiaries will eventually receive a total startup grant of 50,000 shillings, with the remaining 25,000